Committee will come to order. Members are requested to take their seats. We have 5 pending votes before the markup resumes. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentle lady from New York, Ms. Velasquez, on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McHenry.
Go ahead, say it. No. No.
Mr. McHenry, no. Mr. King. Mr. Royce. Mr. Royce, no. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas, no. Mr. Pierce. Mr. Pierce, no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey, no. Mr. Lukemeyer. Mr. Lukemeyer, no. Mr. Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga, no. Mr. Duffy.
No.
Mr. Duffy, no. Mr. Stivers. Mr. Hulkren. Mr. Hulkren, no. Mr. Ross. Mr. Ross, no. Mr. Pittenger. Mr. Pittenger, no. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner, no. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr, no. Mr. Rothfuss. Mr. Rothfuss, no. Mr. Messer. Mr. Messer, no. Mr. Tipton. Mr. Tipton, no. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, no. Mr. Poliquin. Mrs. Love. Mrs. Love, no. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill, no. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer, no. Mr. Zeldin. Mr. Zeldin, no. Mr. Trott. Mr. Trott, no. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk, no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. MacArthur. Mr. MacArthur, no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson, no. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Ms. Tenney. Ms. Tenney, no. Mr. Hollingsworth. Mr. Hollingsworth, no. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters, aye. Ms. Maloney.
Yes.
Ms. Maloney, aye. Ms. Velasquez.
Yes.
Ms. Velasquez, aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman, aye. Mr. Meeks. Aye. Mr. Meeks, aye. Mr. Capuano. Aye. Mr. Capuano, aye. Mr. Clay. Mr. Clay, aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green, aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver, aye. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, aye. Mr. Ellison. Mr. Ellison, aye. Mr. Perlmutter. Mr. Perlmutter, aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes, aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster, aye. Mr. Kildee. Mr. Kildee, aye. Mr. Delaney. Mr. Delaney, aye. Ms. Cinema. Ms. Cinema, aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty, aye. Mr. Heck. Mr. Heck, aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas, aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Christ. Mr. Christ, aye. Mr. Kewen. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman, no.
Is there any member who has not voted? Gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Stivers. Mr. Stivers, no.
Is there any other member who has not voted? Mystery gentleman. Gentleman from West Virginia.
Mr. Mooney, no.
Is there any other member who has not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 24 and the nays are 32.
Then the amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Maloney, on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McHenry. No. Mr. McHenry, no. Mr. King. Mr. Royce. Mr. Royce, no. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas, no. Mr. Pierce. Mr. Pierce, no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey, no. Mr. Lukemeyer. Mr. Lukemeyer, no. Mr. Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga, no. Mr. Duffy. Mr. Duffy, no. Mr. Stivers. Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Hulkren. Mr. Hulkren, no. Mr. Ross. Mr. Ross, no. Mr. Pittenger. Mr. Pittenger, no. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner, no. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr, no. Mr. Rothfuss. Mr. Rothfuss, no. Mr. Messer. Mr. Messer, no. Mr. Tipton. Mr. Tipton, no. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, no. Mr. Poliquin. Ms. Love. Mrs. Love, no. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill, no. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer, no. Mr. Zeldin. Mr. Zeldin, no. Mr. Trott. Mr. Trott, no. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk, no. Mr. Mooney? Mr. Mooney, no. Mr. MacArthur? Mr. MacArthur, no. Mr. Davidson? Mr. Davidson, no. Mr. Budd? Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney, no. Mr. Hollingsworth? Mr. Hollingsworth, no. Ms. Waters?
Yes.
Ms. Waters, aye. Mrs. Maloney?
Aye.
Mrs. Maloney, aye. Ms. Vasquez?
Aye.
Ms. Vasquez, aye. Mr. Sherman? Aye. Mr. Sherman, aye. Mr. Meeks? Aye. Mr. Meeks, aye. Mr. Capuano? Aye. Mr. Capuano, aye. Mr. Clay? Aye. Mr. Clay, aye. Mr. Lynch? Aye. Mr. Lynch, aye. Mr. Scott? Aye. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Green? Mr. Green, aye. Mr. Cleaver? Mr. Cleaver, aye. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, aye. Mr. Ellison? Mr. Ellison, aye. Mr. Perlmutter? Mr. Perlmutter, aye. Mr. Himes? Mr. Himes, aye. Mr. Foster? Mr. Foster, aye. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee, aye. Mr. Delaney? Mr. Delaney, aye. Ms. Cinema? Ms. Cinema, aye. Mrs. Beatty? Mrs. Beatty, aye. Mr. Heck? Mr. Heck, aye. Mr. Vargas? Mr. Vargas, aye. Mr. Gottheimer? Mr. Gottheimer, aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Chris? Mr. Chris, aye. Mr. Kewen? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman, no.
Is there any member who has not voted?
Unless I'm
Is there any member who wishes to change his or her vote?
out of here.
If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 24 and the nays are 32.
And the amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk will call the roll. Bless you.
Mr. McHenry?
No.
Mr. McHenry, no.
She did a great job. She did a great job. Oh, she's so cute. She's so cute. Oh, God. She's so cute.
Mr. Chairman, is that really modeling good behavior?
We will attempt to have a semblance of order now. The clerk will continue to call the roll.
Mr. King? Mr. Royce? Mr. Royce, no. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Lucas, no. Mr. Pierce? Mr. Pierce, no. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey, no. Mr. Lukemeyer? Mr. Lukemeyer, no. Mr. Huizenga? Mr. Huizenga, no. Mr. Duffy?
No.
Mr. Duffy, no. Mr. Stivers?
No.
Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Hulkren? Mr. Hulkren, no. Mr. Ross? Mr. Ross, no. Mr. Pittenger? Mr. Pittenger, no. Mrs. Wagner? Mrs. Wagner, no. Mr. Barr? Mr. Barr, no. Mr. Rothfuss? Mr. Rothfuss, no. Mr. Messer? Mr. Messer, no. Mr. Tipton? Mr. Tipton, no. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams, no. Mr. Poliquin? Mrs. Love? Mr. Hill? Mr. Hill, no. Mr. Emmer? Mr. Emmer, no. Mr. Zeldin? Mr. Zeldin, no. Mr. Trott? Mr. Trott, no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk, no. Mr. Mooney? Mr. Mooney, no. Mr. MacArthur? Mr. MacArthur, no. Mr. Davidson? Mr. Davidson, no. Mr. Budd? Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney, no. Mr. Hollingsworth? Mr. Hollingsworth, no. Ms. Waters? Ms. Waters, aye. Mrs. Maloney? Mrs. Maloney, aye. Ms. Vasquez? Ms. Vasquez, aye. Mr. Sherman? Mr. Sherman, aye. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Meeks, aye. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano, aye. Mr. Clay? Mr. Clay, aye. Mr. Lynch? Mr. Lynch, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Green? Mr. Green, aye. Mr. Cleaver? Mr. Cleaver, aye. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, aye. Mr. Ellison? Mr. Ellison, aye. Mr. Perlmutter? Mr. Perlmutter, aye. Mr. Himes? Mr. Himes, aye. Mr. Foster? Mr. Foster, aye. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee, aye. Mr. Delaney? Mr. Delaney, aye. Ms. Cinema? Ms. Cinema, aye. Mrs. Beatty? Mrs. Beatty, aye. Mr. Heck? Mr. Heck, aye. Mr. Vargas? Mr. Vargas, aye. Mr. Gottheimer? Mr. Gottheimer, aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Chris? Mr. Chris, aye. Mr. Kewen? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman, no.
Is there any member who wishes to change his or her vote? How's the gentleman from Ohio recorded?
Mr. Davidson, you... Mr. Davidson, you're recorded as a no.
How's the gentleman from North Carolina recorded?
Davidson or noes?
Mr. Budd, you're no.
Both noes.
Is there any member who wishes to change his or her vote? Is there any member who has not voted? The clerk then will report.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 24 and the nays are 31.
The amendment then is not agreed to. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee, on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McHenry? No. Mr. McHenry, no. Mr. King? Mr. Royce? Mr. Royce, no. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Lucas, no. Mr. Pierce? Mr. Pierce, no. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey, no. Mr. Lukemeyer? Mr. Lukemeyer, no. Mr. Huizenga? Mr. Huizenga, no. Mr. Duffy?
No.
Mr. Duffy, no. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Holgren? No. Mr. Holgren, no. Mr. Ross? Mr. Ross, no. Mr. Pittenger? Mr. Pittenger, no. Mrs. Wagner? Mrs. Wagner, no. Mr. Barr? Mr. Barr, no. Mr. Rothfuss? Mr. Rothfuss, no. Mr. Messer? Mr. Messer, no. Mr. Tipton? Mr. Tipton, no. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams, no. Mr. Poliquin? Mrs. Love? Mr. Hill? Mr. Hill, no. Mr. Emmer? Mr. Emmer, no. Mr. Zeldin? Mr. Zeldin, no. Mr. Trott? Mr. Trott, no. Mr. Loudermilk? Mr. Loudermilk, no. Mr. Mooney? Mr. Mooney, no. Mr. MacArthur? Mr. MacArthur, no. Mr. Davidson? Mr. Davidson, no. Mr. Budd? Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Ms. Nye. Mr. Meeks? Mr. Meeks, aye. Mr. Capuano? Mr. Capuano, aye. Mr. Clay? Mr. Clay, aye. Mr. Lynch? Mr. Lynch, aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Green?
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Green, aye. Mr. Cleaver? Mr. Cleaver, aye. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, aye. Mr. Ellison? Mr. Ellison, aye. Mr. Perlmutter? Mr. Perlmutter, aye. Mr. Himes? Mr. Himes, aye. Mr. Foster? Mr. Foster, aye. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee, aye. Mr. Delaney? Mr. Delaney, aye. Ms. Cinema? Ms. Cinema, aye. Mrs. Beatty? Mrs. Beatty, aye. Mr. Heck? Mr. Heck, aye. Mr. Vargas? Mr. Vargas, aye. Mr. Gottheimer? Mr. Gottheimer, aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Christ? Mr. Christ, aye. Mr. Kewen? Mr. Kewen, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Chairman, no.
Is there any member who has not voted? Gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, no.
Gentlelady from Utah.
Mrs. Love? Mrs. Love, no.
Is there any other member who has not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 25 and the nays are 32.
Then the amendment is not agreed to. Before proceeding to the next amendment, members are advised that after disposing of the Gottheimer amendment, we expect in fairly short order to dispose of the Kewen amendment. Members are requested to stay in the hearing room to cast their vote. The question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of the substitute offered by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McHenry? No. Mr. McHenry, no. Mr. King? Mr. Royce? Mr. Royce, no. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Lucas, no. Mr. Pierce? Mr. Pierce, no. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey, no. Mr. Lukemeyer? Mr. Lukemeyer, no. Mr. Huizenga? Mr. Huizenga, no. Mr. Duffy? Mr. Duffy, no. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Holgren? Mr. Holgren, no. Mr. Ross? Mr. Ross, no. Mr. Pittenger? Mr. Pittenger, no. Mrs. Wagner? Mrs. Wagner, no. Mr. Barr? Mr. Barr, no. Mr. Rothfuss? Mr. Rothfuss, no. Mr. Messer? Mr. Messer, no. Mr. Tipton? Mr. Tipton, no. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams, no. Mr. Poliquin? Ms. Love? Ms. Love, no. Mr. Hill? Mr. Hill, no. Mr. Emmer? Mr. Emmer, no. Mr. Zeldin? Mr. Zeldin, no. Mr. Trott. Mr. Trott, no. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk, no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney, no. Mr. MacArthur. Mr. MacArthur, no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson, no. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Ms. Tenney. Ms. Tenney, no. Mr. Hollingsworth. Mr. Hollingsworth, no. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters, aye. Ms. Maloney. Aye. Ms. Maloney, aye. Ms. Velasquez. Ms. Velasquez, aye. Mr. Sherman. Sherman, aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks, aye. Mr. Capuano. Mr. Capuano, aye. Mr. Clay. Mr. Clay, aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green, aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver, aye. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, aye. Mr. Ellison. Mr. Ellison, aye. Mr. Perlmutter. Mr. Perlmutter, aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes, aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster, aye. Mr. Kildee. Mr. Kildee, aye. Mr. Delaney. Mr. Delaney, aye. Ms. Cinema. Ms. Cinema, aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty, aye. Mr. Heck. Mr. Heck, aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas, aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Chris. Mr. Chris, aye. Mr. Kewen. Mr. Kewen, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman, no.
Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 25 and the nays are 32.
And the amendment is not agreed to. We will now resume consideration of the Kewen amendment. Does any member seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
To clean my coffee. Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is certainly recognized for that task.
I appreciate that. You're a gentleman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to express my support for the Coon-Christ amendment. I thank the gentleman from Nevada, my friend, for offering it. This amendment is common sense. If anything, we should be making it easier to crack down on foreclosure fraud, not harder, which the Wrong Choice Act would do. My state of Florida was ground zero for the foreclosure crisis. Thank you. Families lost their homes, many of which were through fraudulent activity. That means they should never have been foreclosed upon in the first place. Florida is a great state to visit, to live in, to grow up in, and to enjoy the sunset years in. But it's also a state where fraud runs rampant, unfortunately. When I was Attorney General, we made a point to go after fraudsters, especially those who were contemptible enough to prey on the elderly. That's the thing about fraud. It isn't victimless. The crime is perpetrated against innocent people, our constituents. I was proud to enforce the law and provide justice for the vulnerable and those in need. But when I was Attorney General protecting Florida's consumers, if the Florida legislature made me jump through unnecessary cost-benefit hoops in order to do my job, I would have taken that case straight to the people. Foreclosure fraud is wrong. It has robbed hardworking Floridians of their American dream. It is bad for our economy. Please pass the Coon-Christ amendment. Don't make it harder to prosecute foreclosure fraud. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does the gentleman yield back?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Florida yields back. Does any other member wish to be heard on the amendment? If not, the question, I'm sorry. Yes, for what purpose does the gentlelady from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would yield my time to Mr. Kewen, such time as he might consume.
Thank you to my colleague. Mr. Chairman, I would just like to request a recorded vote on this, please.
Well, the gentleman may do so at the appropriate time. We haven't called the vote yet. Is there any other member who wishes to be heard on, does the gentlelady from Wisconsin yield back?
I yield back.
Gentlelady from Wisconsin yields back. Is there any further debate on the amendment? If not, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Nevada. Mr. Kewen, all those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays appear to have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
Okay, now I would like to request a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McHenry? No. Mr. McHenry, no. Mr. King? No. Mr. King, no. Mr. Royce? Mr. Royce, no. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Lucas, no. Mr. Pierce? Mr. Pierce, no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey, no. Mr. Lukemeyer. Mr. Lukemeyer, no. Mr. Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga, no. Mr. Duffy. Mr. Duffy, no. Mr. Stivers. Mr. Stivers. Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Holgren. Mr. Holgren, no. Mr. Ross. Mr. Ross, no. Mr. Pittenger. Mr. Pittenger, no. Mrs. Wagner. No. Mrs. Wagner, no. Mr. Barr.
No.
Mr. Barr, no. Mr. Rothfuss. Mr. Rothfuss, no. Mr. Messer. Mr. Messer, no. Mr. Tipton. Mr. Tipton, no. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, no. Mr. Poliquin. Mrs. Love. Mrs. Love, no. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill, no. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer, no. Mr. Zeldin. Mr. Zeldin, no. Mr. Trott. Mr. Trott, no. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk, no. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney, no. Mr. MacArthur. Mr. MacArthur, no. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson, no. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Ms. Tenney. Ms. Tenney, no. Mr. Hollingsworth. Mr. Hollingsworth, no. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters, aye. Mrs. Maloney. Mrs. Maloney, aye. Ms. Vasquez. Ms. Vasquez, aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman, aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks, aye. Mr. Capuano. Mr. Capuano, aye. Mr. Clay. Mr. Clay, aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green, aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver, aye. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, aye. Mr. Ellison. Mr. Ellison, aye. Mr. Perlmutter. Mr. Perlmutter, aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes, aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster, aye. Mr. Kildee. Mr. Kildee, aye. Mr. Delaney. Mr. Delaney, aye. Ms. Cinema. Ms. Cinema, aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty, aye. Mr. Heck. Mr. Heck, aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas, aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Chris. Mr. Christ, aye. Mr. Kewen. Mr. Kewen, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Chairman, no.
Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 25 and the nays are 33.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I believe I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause and allow the amendment to be distributed.
Yes. Yes, it is, yeah. Thank you. I believe you're a co-sponsor on this.
Mr. Chairman,
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Has every member received a copy of the amendment? The clerk then will report.
Amendment offered by Mr. Lynch, strike section 841.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. I'm very pleased this morning that my colleagues, Representative Moore from Wisconsin, Representative Green from Texas, and Mr. Ellison from Minnesota have joined me in offering this important amendment. Our amendment reverses the Choice Act's repeal of the Department of Labor's fiduciary duty rule by striking Section 841 of the Chairman's legislation. That section repeals the Department of Labor's fiduciary duty rule. This crucial rule ensures that financial advisors put their clients' interest first ahead of their own when providing retirement advice. We have advocated for the Department of Labor's fiduciary rule in this committee and on the House floor because it has been shown that investment advisors should be held to an essential standard of duty, which requires that the advisor must act solely in the best interest of the investor. A lot of people think that that's already the case. That is not the case. Financial advisors are not bound to give investment advice in the best interest of their client. They can and do frequently give advice to their client that is motivated by the highest bonus or incentive that they may receive for selling a certain product. This rule is a common sense update that is critical to protecting Americans' hard-earned retirement savings from conflicted financial advisors who each year have siphoned off, it is estimated, $17 billion. And thanks to the Department of Labor's new rule, financial advisors will now be required to put their clients' interests ahead of their own. What's more, the rule was carefully crafted by the Department of Labor under the Obama administration, which took into account the concerns of members of Congress, concerns of the industry, advocates, and others to create a more workable solution. For example, as I recommended to former Department of Labor Secretary Perez, the Department of Labor streamlined the required disclosures, provided for flexibility in the timing for entering into a contract between a client and advisor, and grandfathered existing contracts. Despite the obvious benefits of this rule for everyday Americans, Republicans have engaged in a seemingly endless assault against it in Congress. First, they pushed H.R. 1090 through our committee. That bill would have imposed unacceptable delays on the Department of Labor and prevented it from finalizing its thoughtful proposal. That bill had near unanimous opposition by Democrats in the Financial Services Committee and on the House floor. Secondly, shortly after the final rule was published, the Republicans tried to advance House Joint Resolution 88 to stop the rule using the Congressional Review Act. And that leaves us where we are here today, marking up H.R. 10, which outright repeals the Department of Labor's rule and effectively prevents the Securities and Exchange Commission from imposing a similar protection. This is yet another attempt by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to kill the Department of Labor's fiduciary rule. This is a waste of our time and taxpayers' resource. It also ignores the importance of ensuring that the Department of Labor's rule is swiftly implemented to protect our nation's seniors. As I mentioned at our hearing on this legislation last week, the Financial Choice Act of 2017, for this reason, is one of the worst pieces of legislation that I've seen in my time here in Congress. This nearly 600-page bill will destroy the good work we did to reform our financial system after the 2008 financial crisis. It essentially repeals the Wall Street reforms that were put in place to hold Wall Street accountable. This bill harms consumers. It lets off bad actors and refuses to hold them accountable. And it hamstrings our financial regulators, who would normally be the cop on the beat. It will eventually lead us to our next financial crisis. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and to oppose this harmful legislation. There's a long list of groups that have supported this. AARP, a group that has perennially been at the forefront of people protecting pensions and retirees' interests. They are against this. They are in favor of our amendment. And I think that's a very telling indication. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Missouri seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very, very much. The Department of Labor's fiduciary rule will harm those that it supposedly aims to protect: low and middle income retirement savers. And And due to the onerous compliance requirements, as well as the added liability of a private right of action, the trial attorney's boon, the DOL's fiduciary rule will limit access, reduce choices, and increase prices for retirement investment advice. Instead, the SEC should be taking the lead on this issue as the expert regulators. Despite the Department of Labor's fiduciary rule having been delayed, the American Action Forum published a report that suggests that the rule has already affected, Mr. Chairman, 92,000 financial advisors and up to more than 14 million customers, low and middle income investors, our constituents, with a total compliance cost of upwards of $31.5 billion. That's billion with a B. As we continue to hear of the tens of millions of Americans, Mr. Chairman, American families who are unable to save for retirement, we should be making it clear that it should be easier for them to do so, not more difficult. We are in a savings crisis, Mr. Chairman. A majority of Americans have not, at age 55 and older, have not saved for their future retirement. And sadly, most Americans, if hit with an unexpected expense of $400, they have to try and scramble to find the funds in order to pay that car repair, that health care bill. This should be an issue where members of both parties can stand with lower and middle income savers and prevent government bureaucrats from denying them access to reliable and affordable retirement savings options. And at one time in the 113th Congress, when I offered this legislation, we had, Mr. Chairman, at least 13 members of the Democrat Party on the other side of the aisle here in the Financial Services Committee that supported this legislation. We're looking to take care of these investors like Judith Friedlander, an 80-year-old retiree. She doesn't appreciate, she says, the government trying to regulate how she manages her roughly $400,000 individual retirement account. She isn't interested in a switch. She trades only a few times a year and says moving to a fee-only account that charges a percentage of her assets would be far pricier than the periodic commissions she currently pays. I quote, "I don't see any advantage to the regulation for someone like me," who adds that she hasn't decided what she's going to do if this change goes into effect. Mr. Chairman, you and I sat and stood in the Oval Office with the President of the United States on day 14 of President Trump's administration here, where he signed an executive order. We are careful that says that we must delay and study this action in anticipation, I believe, of a full repeal and a replacement measure that I will be sponsoring in the upcoming 115th Congress that will, in fact, safeguard a best interest standard for all investors. Mr. Chairman, this is a Main Street issue. This isn't a Wall Street issue. This is about American savers, the low and middle income investors. We cannot fail them. We must not fail them. The President, in fact, directed the Department of Labor to undertake a review of the rule to determine the extent that the DOL rule prevents retirement savers from obtaining advice or increases the costs of retirement services. And the Department of Labor will rescind or revise that rule. This means retirement savers are already being impacted, and Congress must act. This Choice Act is necessary to prevent the Department of Labor rule from significantly harming the U.S. capital markets and low and middle income account holders. I strongly oppose the gentleman's amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the ranking member seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman and members, Section 841 of the Wrong Choice Act is yet another attempt by Republicans to kill the Department of Labor's fiduciary duty rule. And I'm pleased that the gentlelady from Missouri indicated that they stood with this president while he signed an executive order to study and delay. But we know, given the track record of this president, he may change his mind tomorrow, just as he has done on NAFTA, currency manipulation by China, the wall, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm pleased to know that, again, this president has perhaps signed an executive order that he neither understands or will perhaps continue to support. That rule will finally protect seniors and hardworking Americans saving for retirement from unscrupulous and self-serving financial advisors who each year siphon off $17 billion. It is a common sense update that requires financial advisors to put their clients' interests first and ahead of their own. For those reasons, many registered financial advisors that already abide by a fiduciary standard support the rule, as do consumer, labor, and retirement groups. Those groups include AARP, the very seniors that some seem to claim are worried about this fiduciary rule and do not want it to apply. Financial Planning Coalition, the AFL-CIO, the NAACP, and Consumer Federation of America. Some members of industry have also come out positively on these changes, such as Bank of America and Merrill Lynch. Despite the obvious benefits of this rule for everyday Americans, Republicans have engaged in a seemingly endless assault against it in Congress. Let me remind everyone of their actions. First, they pushed through this committee H.R. 1090 that would have imposed unacceptable delays on the Labor Department and prevented it from finalizing its thoughtful proposal. That bill had near unanimous opposition by Democrats in the Financial Services Committee and on the House floor. Second, shortly after the final rule was published, Republicans tried to advance House Joint Resolution 88 to stop the rule using the Congressional Review Act. And again, Democrats in the House unanimously opposed it, as did the president, who vetoed the measure. Following that veto, Republicans brought the resolution up again for an override vote, which Democrats again unanimously opposed, leaving it woefully short of the two-thirds majority needed. Now here we are today, marking up the Wrong Choice Act, which outright repeals the Department of Labor's rule and effectively prevents the Securities and Exchange Commission from imposing a similar protection. This try again tactic is not only a waste of our time and taxpayers' resources, but it also ignores the importance of ensuring that the department's rule is swiftly implemented to protect our nation's seniors. So I thank my colleagues for offering an amendment to protect our nation's seniors and reinstate the Department of Labor's fiduciary duty rule. I'm going to urge support for this amendment, and I cannot help but wonder how the Republicans can get away with protecting the investor industry that chooses oftentimes to be more concerned about their commissions rather than about the seniors whose money they're taking to invest in their future. You know, we heard a lot during this last campaign about unhappy seniors and residents in rural areas and in small towns who thought their government did not work on their behalf. This is a fine example of that. This is a fine example of the very people who make that kind of claim voting against the best interest of those people who expect them to look out for them. And so I yield back the balance of my time. I just hope their constituents are listening.
Gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. And to the ranking member, through you, Mr. Chairman, I too hope that the American people are listening and our constituents are listening and watching, because guess what? If we don't move on this, those folks in middle and lower income that are striving to start to save for their future are going to be forced into using robo-advisors at best and getting no advice at worst. And that puts us at even a deeper spot when we are trying to encourage our folks to go and save. But we got to gain a little perspective here. The original Dodd-Frank Act instructed both the SEC and the DOL to come up with a rule. The Department of Labor moved forward. The SEC did not, under pressure from the administration, because they were suspicious that they were going to come up with a more reasoned rule, a different rule. And don't give me it was a lack of resources by the SEC, and that was why they couldn't come up with this. They had plenty of time to be dealing with conflict minerals and CEO pay ratios and all the other social engineering side of things, but they could not go do their job that they are best suited to go do. That just doesn't hold water. What we are asking is the equivalent of the SEC to go in and determine overtime rules by having the Department of Labor come into the SEC space and figure out the fiduciary rules. That just doesn't make any sense. What the bill says is, by the way, and one last point on this, the Department of Labor moving forward on this may actually violate the President's executive order from earlier this year. What the bill does, however, is important to note. What the bill says is not as had been portrayed by some on the other side. The DOL, it says the DOL cannot act until the Securities and Exchange Commission, again, the proper space for this rule, the DOL cannot act until the SEC finalizes its rule. Then the DOL can move forward, and it needs to do its rule as long as it harmonizes and is consistent with the Securities and Exchange Commission rule. I've portrayed some of the social engineering directives that the SEC has been forced to do is like having the police department be in charge of filling the potholes and making sure that the street lights are working. It's not their job. The Department of Labor, this is not their job. It is the Securities and Exchange Commission's job. And importantly, these actions will put the SEC, the expert regulator, back in the driver's seat before imposing a harmonized rule. And that way, any potential harmonized rule takes into account the existing regulations that the SEC has promulgated and will be business model neutral. That is the goal here. That is the key here. Now, we hear all kinds of studies thrown around about the effects to investors. It is important to note, there is no study that directly supports the DOL and the former administration's estimate of these investors being put at a disadvantage. But let's set that aside, even if that is the case. This is about information. When I was a newly minted realtor back in Michigan, we had a similar situation where the fiduciary was a question, and Michigan came up with a questionnaire, a declaration. You either were a buyer's agent, you were a seller's agent, or you were a neutral party. And that caused a lot of heartache for some folks. That they had difficulty getting that business model. I supported it at the time, and I support the notion of making sure customers have transparency. That's what we expect out of the SEC. That's what we expect will happen here. But that is not what is happening with the Department of Labor. That rule that they are pushing, again, is one that is going to harm lower and middle income savers. It's going to prevent bureaucrats from denying them access to reliable and affordable retirement savings options. That is unacceptable in my mind as we are here for the American people. So yes, Mr. Chairman, I hope the American people are watching this. I hope they are seeing that we are trying to right size and put back in place the proper location for this rule to move forward. And with that, I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, I'm yielding back.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Chairman.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I withdraw my point of order.
The point of order is withdrawn. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my friend from Massachusetts for offering this amendment because I, too, am a strong supporter of the DOL fiduciary rule. And I also appreciate the fact that my good friend from Missouri mentioned a retirement crisis, because we do, in fact, have a retirement crisis in this country. People are undersaved for retirement, and they're undersaved for several reasons. First, we're living longer. Second, interest rates and investment returns have been subpar for several decades. And thirdly, we've shifted the risk of retirement from institutions to individuals, and this has all resulted in a retirement crisis. The data suggests that conflicted investment advice, which generally animates itself in terms of higher fees, across time can cost a saver 20 to 30% of their retirement savings through the power of compounding. And so I find it somewhat unassailable that we, as members of Congress, should be standing up to make sure savers do not receive conflicted investment advice, and the best way to do that is through this fiduciary rule. I don't think anyone can argue that it's appropriate for savers to receive, in fact, conflicted investment advice. So the only argument against this rule could be that over time, this will result in fewer choices to investors. But there are two important points to focus on. Firstly, the bill, the DOL fiduciary rule in particular, nowhere limits choices that investors can receive with respect to their investments, even though that has been put forth by the opponents of the rule. And secondly, to assume that for some reason, because investment advisors are now held to a high standard, which, by the way, many advisors in the industry already operate to that fiduciary standard, to make the assumption that because investment advisors have to now put their clients' interests first will somehow result in these investment advisors limiting the choices of investments to their clients is basically a huge bet against the private market in the United States of America. Because I think we've seen over time that the private market always innovates around a problem. So if, in fact, it's harder for investment advisors to hold their clients' interests to the highest standard, this fiduciary standards, and offer choices, then what will happen is new entrants will enter into the market with more efficient business models, perhaps using more technology, and actually compete for those clients and hold their interests to this high fiduciary standards or put their best interests first and offer them choice. I don't know how anyone can conclude that the private market won't be able to innovate and offer investors all the choices they could possibly imagine and also put their interests first, which is what all investment advisors should be doing. So I think to argue against this rule is basically to make a big bet against the private market's ability to innovate and offer better services to their customers across time.
Will the gentleman yield?
1 second.
Okay.
So I think, I think that's embedded in the opposition, and I just don't understand how people would look at what the private economy has done in this country across time and draw the conclusion that you should bet against their ability to innovate. I'll yield to my friend from Michigan.
Well, I appreciate that, and this is a serious question because I do not question anybody's desire to protect the investor. My question is, who is better to do that? The DOL or the Securities and Exchange Commission, because the DOL, in my opinion, does not have the skill set and it doesn't know what it's doing in this space, and the SEC should be the lead agency on this, which is what we're trying to do.
Reclaiming my time, I think that's an intellectually interesting argument, but I don't think it's relevant. I think what's relevant is us doing something to protect
Will the gentleman
investors.
yield? Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, I'll yield to my friend from Massachusetts.
Thank you. I appreciate the gentleman's support, his kind words, and his thoughtful argument. Just in response to the DOL versus SEC, the Department of Labor covers ERISA, and that is the standard which applies to retirement plans. So the fiduciary rule has, since 1975, since the Employee Retirement Income Security Act was in place, The Labor Department has had jurisdiction over this item, this area of jurisdiction. So that's why it's proper. And I yield back to the gentleman. Thank you.
I think I'm out of time.
The time of the gentleman has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I think for those few who talked about advisors siphoning off $17 billion, I heard that word twice. It sort of suggests that those who are being paid to provide help to people, that's somehow a dishonorable action, and I really object to that characterization. My friend from Maryland, I find always to be reasonable, but I think he's missing a few things on this issue. And what he's missing, I think, is the actual effect. Forget the intent, the actual effect, likely effect, I think is what he's missing. Of course, financial advisors should put their clients' interests first. And existing rules, I would argue, require that, not of most, as he suggested, but of all advisors. Of course they have to put their clients' interest first. But the effect of the fiduciary rule, the DOL fiduciary rule, I think is quite different. It will absolutely put all financial advisors on the defense, including potentially a legal defense. It makes them, in a sense, a guarantor of results, investment results. And I'll tell you why. My father is 87 years old. He has Alzheimer's, and I have been helping him with his investments for many years. His needs are pretty simple. He needs to preserve capital. Treasury bonds, other low-risk investments are perfect for him, and that's largely what we're invested in. But what about me? I'm 30 years younger, and for me, investing in bonds, in alternative investments, in stocks, in MLPs, in all manner of investments makes perfect sense for me. Now, I can make those decisions myself, but how do lower and moderate income savers access the market for those kinds of things? If they're younger, if their risk appetite is such that they want to be involved in something other than just treasury bonds, well, they do that through investment advisors. And those products usually come with higher fees. My friends on the other side of the aisle want to hold investment advisors responsible for any of those investments that cost a little bit more if they don't work out perfectly. And what is the result of that? Well, if I were a financial advisor, if I wanted to play in that space at all, if I wanted to offer any advice to people with low and moderate savings, if I wanted to take the risk of being sued if everything didn't go perfectly, if I did it at all, I would only put them in U.S. Treasury bonds because they're the only investment that I won't be criticized later for. They're the lowest cost and the lowest risk. And if I put somebody in anything else, it would be comparatively more costly and more risky, and I would be opening myself up to the accusation that you did this to line your own pocket, to siphon off fees from your client. This is just another example of Big Brother knows best. And Big Brother is going to protect the poor little guy who doesn't have any sense of his own, which is not true. The American people are the most ingenuous, thrifty, hardworking people on the face of the planet. But Big Brother has to protect them from their own counsel. And the result is going to be that if they have choices at all, if they can find anybody willing to take the risk to help them, they're going to be pushed into the most risk-free, low-cost investments out there. What's the result after 10 years, 20 years, 30 years? They're going to have a lot less money to enjoy in retirement. Just as simple as that. And I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's advisable for the American people. And frankly, I think the rules that we have in place make it crystal clear an advisor cannot act to line their own pockets. They have to protect their clients, and if they don't, they have to answer for it. I urge rejection of this well-intended, but I think erroneous amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition? Could the gentleman hit his microphone, please?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield to my friend from Maryland.
I want to thank my friend from Colorado for giving me the time. And I appreciate the comments that my good friend from New Jersey has made, but I suspect he knows that the fiduciary standard is a well-established standard, right? Most, I don't know if it's a majority, but a significant number of investment advisors already hold themselves to the fiduciary standard. And in fact, most investment advisors who advise high net worth individuals all hold themselves to a fiduciary standard, and certainly we know that those individuals who typically outperform most investors in the market don't keep all their investments in treasuries. And in fact, the fiduciary standard has been legally debated across time, and it is not a guarantee. You just have to be able to defend the actions you've taken on behalf of your client. So if you take your client who comes to you with a diversified investment portfolio and you make the decision to take a diversified investment portfolio and put it in one stock and the stock goes to zero, you have to defend how that was in the best interest of your clients, which you can't do in that circumstances. Or similarly, if your client wants an S&P index fund and you can buy those in the market for 10 basis points, but your firm offers an S&P index fund which has the exact same investment returns, and they charge 200 basis points, and you get 100 basis points kickback, you have to somehow defend how that was a better decision for your client. But the point I really want to make to my colleague from New Jersey, who I know in his prior life was a great entrepreneur, and I was an entrepreneur as well, if in fact investment advisors did what you are assuming they will do, which is effectively go to the market and say, you have no choices, I'm going to put you all in Treasury, then you and I would sit around in a conference room and say, wow, this is a really big business opportunity, because we have these investment advisors doing really dumb things because they don't understand the law. And the law actually is well decided, and all we have to do is run a business where we put our clients' interests first. And it's pretty clear how you do that, right? You do that by disclosing fees, being transparent, following some basic investment guidance, and thinking about your clients in that regard. And we would do that, and we would offer our clients lots of choices. We would probably invest in the best practices in the state-of-the-art technology platforms. We would run a more efficient business model, and we'd go out there and we'd clean their clocks. We would clean their clocks. And we would innovate around people not understanding this law and deciding to offer a service to their clients that is not competitive in the market. So I think the 2 points I'd want to make to my friend from New Jersey is, number one, we shouldn't say that the fiduciary standard is a guarantee, because it's not. It is absolutely not a guarantee of investment performance or returns.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, I have a few more minutes here. So it's not a guarantee of investment performance or returns. And secondly, if people were to interpret it that way and actually decide to limit choices to their clients and do things that don't make sense in the market, then I think it's obvious what the private market will do, because this is a huge market opportunity. In fact, when the fiduciary rule came out, if you actually look in kind of the trade journals that cover investment advisors, there was massive amount of kind of investment interest in setting up new state-of-the-art platforms that would offer clients tremendous number of choices and hold themselves to the fiduciary standard, because they viewed this as a significant business opportunity, because they say, listen, all these legacy guys have all these old conflicted compensation structures, et cetera. It's going to be very hard for them to adapt to this new world where we actually have to do a better job in some ways for our clients. So this is a big opportunity for us. Let's get into this market. Let's start new businesses. Let's serve clients, hold their, treat them the way they should be with the fiduciary standard, and we'll take huge market shares. So I do yield to my friend from New Jersey.
Well, it's my time.
Oh,
Belongs to the gentleman from Colorado.
My time, and I'm sure that your side will give you time, Mr. MacArthur. I'm going to yield to the gentleman from Massachusetts.
I thank the gentleman from Colorado for yielding. I think an important thing to remember is that we're in a different world now than when, back in 1975, ERISA was first established. Now we have defined benefit plans are going away because companies want to avoid the legacy costs. So defined contribution plans rely more heavily on that advice. So we have to make sure that the returns are there. A person who works their entire life and puts a little bit away for 30 years should have a comfortable and secure retirement. That's what we're trying
Time
to
of the
do.
gentleman from Colorado has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky. For what purpose does he seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I applaud all members on this committee who have as their goal preventing conflicted investment and retirement advice. I think that's a legitimate goal. Not a single member of Congress on this committee, or hopefully in the entire House of Representatives, opposes that objective. And I think many of my colleagues on this side of the aisle who have co-sponsored the gentlelady from Missouri's legislation, the Retail Investor Protection Act, I think all of us want to get to a best interests standard, but we think that the Securities and Exchange Commission is the better regulator to achieve that goal. But I want to address the narrative that that somehow through the DOL fiduciary rule, we're actually protecting investors. I think the reality is different. I think what we're protecting, maybe unwittingly so, I think the Department of Labor's complex rule is actually protecting fee-driven Wall Street firms, and it's compromising access to basic advice for retail, low-income retirees. And so it's very counterproductive. I sat down with a Main Street stockbroker in Winchester, Kentucky, in my district, and he made a powerful observation. He said, you know, I know what they're trying to do here. They're trying to make sure that there's not that investment advice is not overly expensive. And he said, but Congressman, if they think professional advice is expensive, wait until they see amateur advice, because that's what the Department of Labor's rule is going to deliver to small dollar investors: amateur advice or no advice. And especially in stock market downturns, it's very important to have a flesh and blood advisor available to them. And what he said to me, and what many other small dollar investors in my district have told me, is that small dollar retirement accounts with very little trading in positions are simply not suited for the fee-based model. And of course, already, even before implementation of the DOL fiduciary rule, that's what's happening. These commission-based accounts are going away. These small dollar accounts are being moved into fee-based models. And the fiduciary rule is already forcing many of these retail investors, these small dollar retirees, into expensive fee-based accounts that are canceling out all of the returns on their investment. Now, how is that in the best interest of retail investors? And I agree with my friend from Maryland that we have a retirement crisis. We have a personal savings rate crisis. I agree with my friend from Maryland that the Fed is punishing savers. And that counsels in favor of the position that we're taking over here on this side of the aisle. It's all the more important that retail investors have access to personalized and cost-effective investment advice and investment opportunities. And I will just reference and bring to the attention of all members here an article in the Wall Street Journal from just a few weeks ago. And the headline of the article is this: "Banks rack up advisory fees as fiduciary's future hangs in the balance." And the subtitle is, "Trump administration may scrap the Obama-era rule, but Wall Street already sees the benefits of recurring fees over commissions." And here's what it says: "The developments are the latest sign that advice for a recurring fee is Wall Street's go-to compensation model for the future." And it goes on to say, researcher Morningstar says fee-based accounts can yield as much as 50% more revenue than commission accounts. So what is DOL doing? It's lining the pockets of Wall Street, and it's eating into the returns of retail investors. Now, I will also agree with my friend from Maryland that innovation is important. But I don't think the government's regulations should drive that innovation. I think entrepreneurship should drive innovation. And the gentleman is an entrepreneur. My friend from New Jersey is an entrepreneur. I come from a legal background. So maybe it's just a different frame of reference. But I know what a private right of action will do here as a lawyer. Innovation will be stifled by the risk of litigation. And so I would want to see innovation driven through market forces, through the needs and demands of customers and retirees and investors. But it certainly would be at risk if we put trial lawyers in charge of determining investment opportunities. And I think that's an important point. I'll yield the remainder of my time to the gentleman from New Jersey just to respond with the remaining time.
There's not enough time. Maybe somebody else will yield to me.
If the gentleman will yield here for 3 seconds. If the gentleman will yield for 3 seconds.
There is no time to yield.
Well, I'll yield back.
The gentleman.
Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back, but I look forward to the debate that will ensue.
Green the committee will come to order. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
The gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think that this debate has really been a good one on both sides of the aisle. But this rule advances a very simple principle. If you're giving investment advice to retirement savers and you're being compensated for your advice, then you have to put your customers' interests first. I think all of us would see this as a common sense, a fair and the right thing to do, and no one should oppose this principle. Now my colleagues are saying that this is going to limit choice. It's only going to limit choice if it's the wrong choice or not in the best interest of the customer. But you can't also say that you support the principle of putting your customers' interests first and then oppose the amendment. If you support putting your customers' interests first, then show us and your constituents by supporting Mr. Lynch's amendment. We should also remember that most investors already think this is a law. Most people think that their advisors are going to put their best interests first. So really, the DOL rule is simply updating the law to reflect what investors already believe. And this rule will have a major positive impact on middle-class families. According to the Council of Economic Advisors, this rule will save consumers roughly $17 billion per year. That's a lot of money, and this is just for retirement savers. In fact, it was this overwhelming cost-benefit analysis that prevented the current administration from delaying the DOL rule even further. They ran the numbers and concluded that delaying implementation of the DOL rule past June 9th would be too costly for retirement investors. Now, I know there's some concerns about the implementation of this rule when it was first proposed back in 2015, but instead of simply opposing the entire rule for technical issues or so forth, a lot of us, Democrats and some Republicans, actually engaged with the Department of Labor and got the vast majority of those technical issues fixed in the final rule. I know that I wrote my own letter and proposed 6 changes and clarifications that were brought to me by people that I represented that wanted these clarifications, and DOL responded by making all of the 6 changes that I asked for in the final rule. So like anything, it's open to improvement, and we can work together, but I'm pleased with the final rule because I think that it balances the need to protect retirement investors with the need to streamline compliance costs. And I know from personal experience that DOL is open to working with you for problems or challenges you bring with them. But by repealing the fiduciary rule, this bill would leave millions of savers without the protections that we've seen time and time again are necessary. Now, I believe that most professionals are honest and good, but I think most of us have had experiences in our offices where people come to us and they've lost all their savings. They've lost everything because of advice that did not put their financial interests first. So to me, it is unacceptable, and it should be unacceptable to every member of this Congress. And I know that this is the financial rule that President Obama cared the most about, that he thought was the most important to help the people that he had the honor of representing. So I think all of us feel that we want our constituents and all Americans to have advice that puts their interests first. So I strongly support Mr. Lynch's work on this amendment, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support it. It's in the best interest of Americans. It's the best interest certainly for retirement savers that really need help more than anyone. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does
from
the gentleman
Texas.
from Missouri seek recognition?
I move to strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'm concerned that we're forgetting what really is going on here. We're trying to help people get advice for their long-term retirement needs. And it's at a time when a lot of retirement programs are in trouble. It's a time when a lot of people are not saving anymore, and they need to have the ability to save. They need to have the advice to know what to do and how to do it. But my concern with this particular rule is that I have spent about 5 years working on this, and I have talked to the individual who was in charge of the department that proposed this rule for 5 years. And I've asked the question every time I've been around her. In fact, Ms. Moore from Wisconsin was on a panel with me one time when we had her in front of us, and I asked the question, give me an example, one example of where somebody was harmed by what you think this rule would solve. And to this day, she has yet to give us one instance of somebody who's been harmed in a way that this rule would solve that problem. So we truly have a solution here in search of a problem. I don't discount that we need to make sure we protect savers. I think that's a laudable and important goal. But this is not the way to go about it. This does not solve the problem. And I'll give you here, for instance, I've got a story here from Tim, who's a broker in Hagerstown, Maryland. He says, here's a very common story that I see every day right now as a result of the new Department of Fiduciary rule. Young married couple living in West Virginia. They're just getting started with their financial planning. They're trying to be responsible young adults. They're buying their first home, buying life insurance to protect their first child, and starting up a Roth IRA to start saving for retirement. I helped them open those Roth IRAs. They're saving $50 per month. They hope to increase that amount as they grow their careers and pay down debt. I recommended a Roth IRA directly held by a mutual fund company that charges only $10 per year for an annual account fee. This young family thought that was reasonable, so they began saving for the future. Fast forward to February 2017. To start complying with the new DOL rule, I've had to transition this young family into an account held with a broker-dealer that can handle complying with the new regulations. The annual fees on these accounts are now $50 to $125 per year. For all these young families that are just getting started, these increased fees seemed unreasonable. Many of them have decided to stop saving as a result of additional costs. And he says, I am witnessing a regulation that is motivating young West Virginia families to stop saving for the future. Yikes. This is what's happening all over the country. Let me give you a couple more here. Here we have the SEC Commissioner, Dan Gallagher, made a statement. The Department of Labor is proposing to substitute its judgment for that of investors. And he also says, we're going to lose choice for investors, and it has been a real mess. There's another unintended consequence of all this as well. Small businesses provide a lot of retirement accounts for their employees. And the small businesses have to have some advisors to help them with these accounts. Listen to what Rachel in Indianapolis Independent just said. It's disappointing that the Department of Labor seems so set on pushing a rule through that would hit businesses like mine the hardest. This fiduciary rule will ultimately discourage my employees from saving by making it more expensive. And here we have Todd from Washington, D.C. If this happens, my employees will be left in the dark with little or no guidance on how to invest their savings. You know, this rule strikes me as being almost a slap in the face to financial advisors from the standpoint they believe that the integrity of the advisor is such that they have to, the individuals have to be constantly protected from them, which smacks in the face of what a business model of being a financial advisor is. If they don't give good advice, they're not going to be in business very long. There's plenty of rules on the books already to go after these folks if they do something wrong. And the comment was made, my good friend from Maryland a while ago, that if they don't understand the rules and regulations, there's opportunities for other folks to get involved in this industry. While I appreciate his comments, they seem to be working on the high end for the people who can best help themselves at the higher end and understand investments. On the low end, those folks don't have the expertise. And they need the expertise of people in the field who can do this, because this is how these people are going to be able to protect themselves and their futures by being able to save whatever they can. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Time of the gentleman has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it is true that there is a retirement crisis in the country. But, Mr. Chairman, I would submit to you and to all present that there's a greater crisis. The greater crisis is a righteousness crisis. A righteousness crisis. Because there is a belief that we should have business models that allow hard-working Americans to be ripped off. This righteousness crisis is the heart of the problem with H.R. 10. Because H.R. 10 allows rip-offs. It allows persons who are purchasing their homes to get ripped off again. Dodd-Frank sought to eliminate it. It allows persons who are buying cars to be ripped off. There's a righteousness crisis, a belief that this type of business model is acceptable. Yes, when you make the change from rip-off to righteousness, you're going to have a period of time when there has to be an adjustment. People have to adjust to not being able to steal from other people. It takes time. But it's time for us to move to that paradigm where people are protected. Seniors don't know that they're being ripped off, but that's what's happening. We talk about why the SEC should be doing this as opposed to DOL. Well, here's a good example. You have 2 lifeguards on a beach. One won't save your life, the other one will. SEC refuses to get in the game. DOL does. Do you think that I'm going to refuse the help of the lifeguard that will save my life because the other one wouldn't and he should? DOL has done the right thing, the righteous thing. We cannot allow senior citizens who have worked all of their lives to get ripped off and legitimize it. Here's something from AARP. I have the letter. They indicate that there are 38 million of them age 50 and older. And here's a quote: "Every effort should be made to protect and preserve the existing safeguards that H.R. 10 seeks to repeal or weaken." They go on to say, protect conflict of interest rule. They indicate AARP and our members agree with the simple basic tenet that retirement plan advisors should act in the best interest of retirement savers. They indicate that we should preserve the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The CFPB is the first federal agency with the sole mission of ensuring a fair financial market for consumers. Unfortunately, they indicate H.R. 10 would curtail the tools the CFPB needs to do its job, undermine its mission, and exposes older Americans to financial abuse and exploitation. Mr. Chairman, saving $17 billion a year is fairly significant. That's what this rule is all about. I would contend, Mr. Chairman, that we will take a quantum leap backwards. In fact, we're going back to the future that we escaped when we passed Dodd-Frank. Let's be sensitive to the needs of people who have worked and earned the money, as opposed to putting those who are going to represent them ahead of them and allow them to select products that would rip them off when they could have another product that would produce the same results for a lesser cost. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the time, and I will yield to Mr. Lynch if he desires additional time.
I thank the gentleman. Yeah, I appreciate the 30 seconds. If the gentleman, the previous speaker, was looking for, he said he spoke to somebody at the Department of Labor who didn't have specific instances of when the rule hurt somebody. Just take a look at the Wells Fargo case, okay? Those folks were fiduciaries with respect to their own customers. They robbed them. They robbed them. They opened fake accounts. They charged them excess fees. Look at the class action suits. There are so many people they had to do a class action. That's how many people have been violated by the previous rule. And that was a lower rule. That was a prudent investor standard. We're asking for a stronger
Time of the gentleman has expired.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I yield back.
The gentleman from
back.
Arkansas seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and off for 3 decades, I've worked in the financial services industry, and a great deal of that time was spent in retail investments in the brokerage industry and in the investment management industry. And so I agree with my friend from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, when he says that clearly members of Congress want to have a best interest standard delivered for American investors. And the Dodd-Frank Act called for the SEC to study that concept and come up with a plan. But what the Obama administration did, Mr. Chairman, was simply take the easy way, take the cram-down way, take the political way. By not being able to work out an appropriate way to tackle this challenge, working through the SEC and its self-regulatory organizations under it, such as FINRA, they went to the Department of Labor, which they controlled, and crammed down a one-size-fits-all approach just for the retirement industry. So it's a bad approach. It's not going to accomplish what the supporters believe that it will. Let's talk about the reality. The investor. First of all, small investors, if you read the debate over the fiduciary rule, read the statements by the Department of Labor, end up with less choice and higher price. It's not ipso facto better that one has a small account for which you're charging a fee. In fact, many investors who are buy and hold type investors, they buy some high quality exchange traded funds or some high quality S&P 500 stocks and just leave them. Well, those in fact have no costs. They paid the initial brokerage fee on those products, and they don't have an ongoing cost. So I do think small investors products will be limited, price will go up. To the subject Mr. Delaney raised of competition, there's lots of competition now. I like to think that at my old firm, we offered more service for lower prices with more product diversification at lower costs. The ideal situation. People can do that now. People can choose to pay a fee now, Mr. Chairman, through asset managers if they want a fee-only environment. They actually can get financial advice by the hour and have no commission, no fee, no quarterly fee, but just an hourly planning fee, and they can go do it themselves. So the innovation is out there. And finally, for the firms, this creates a compliance and a management challenge to try to have the Department of Labor now overseeing the investment process and paperwork, when in fact that is done through the SEC and FINRA for all of our broker-dealer related firms and the SEC for our asset management firms. And finally, I'd say, Mr. Chairman, that our whole security system since the 1930s has been based on disclosure and holding managers and salespeople accountable. That disclosure foundation is shaken by this DOL micromanagement, one-size-fits-all, encouraging people to pay fees and have robotic advice is not in the best interest of investors. And I would remind the supporters of this amendment, since they, I'm sure, like to quote Warren Buffett, one of his favorite quotes is, "Price is what you pay, value is what you receive." And I question the value in the approach of the Department of Labor, and I yield my remaining time to Mrs. Wagner of Missouri.
I thank the gentleman from Arkansas for yielding. I care deeply, along with my colleagues, about the best interests of low and middle income investors. The difference between the minority and the majority on this issue is that I believe in the American people, not in government. People are tired of their freedoms being chipped away, whether it's health care, whether it's their retirement savings. This rule promulgated by the Department of Labor is nothing more than Obamacare for people's retirement savings. It is a one-size-fits-all, top-down, Washington knows best approach and formula. This fiduciary rule, just so people at home understand, is 1,000 pages long rule letting. Mr. Chairman, the entire Choice Act is a repeal and replacement of Dodd-Frank is only 600 pages long. This is about Main Street, USA, not about Wall Street, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I believe the time's expired.
Time has expired. She's not there anymore. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to my good friend from Maryland.
I want to thank my friend from California for yielding and add some more comments in the spirited debate here. Look at my good friend from Arkansas mentioned Mr. Buffett in his recent comments. And we should remember that 2 years ago in Mr. Buffett's annual letter to shareholders, the advice he gave everyone was to invest in a Vanguard S&P index fund, because he cited Nobel Prize-winning economists and his own experience where about 8 or 9 years earlier he made a bet with hedge fund managers that the S&P 500 would exceed the performance of a collective of active managed funds by hedge fund managers, and he won the bet. And his point was that most average Main Street investors should seek investments that have low fees and avoid conflicts, which is exactly what the fiduciary rule is designed to do. And, the arguments against this rule, are probably similar to the arguments that were made when we made changes to how stocks were traded and moved to electronic platforms. And they were probably similar to arguments that were made against opening up markets through various exchanges and limiting some of the monopolies that used to exist on the New York Stock Exchange and several others. There are arguments in favor of the old business model. But in fact, the world has changed. And the ability of the private market to deliver a fiduciary-level service to individual investors is quite easy, and it'll be accomplished by many, many providers. The fact that the gentleman from Kentucky referenced how so many large firms have already repositioned their business models around this rule, I think is first evidence of that. They've seen the change, and they've made the adjustments they need to do. And so to somehow, speculate that the private market won't be able to adjust to a standard of putting your client's interests first when there's so many opportunities available to investors at very low fees, almost no fees. I mean, people can buy index funds at what are literally inconsequential fees. And my friend from Missouri mentioned examples of people who've been hurt by this, and we've obviously heard in this committee hearing many examples of individuals who have had their retirement savings kind of squandered by conflicted investment advice, where they retired from a company, they had a 401k, it was in a diversified basket of stocks, and an investment advisor put them into a single insurance annuity investment, and the insurance company went under and they lost all their savings. This doesn't happen frequently. I understand that. I think most investment advisors absolutely, regardless of the legal standard that exists, put their clients' best interests first. That's why they're in business, that's what their reputations are based on, and that's how they deal on a day-to-day basis with the people that they serve. But we do know there are some who don't. But the other thing that goes unnoticed here is the compounding effect of higher fees across time. I mean, if you look at the average return of the S&P 500 over the last 4 decades, and if you would assume that you pay 100 basis points or 1 point more in fees because of conflicted advice, in other words, the advisor is offering products from the firm and getting paid a higher fee to do it, if you compound that over 40 years, if you put up $100 and make the S&P return plus 100 basis points, you're losing 50% of your performance. So if you put up $100 and you make the S&P return, you're going to have $3,000 at the end of 40 years, but if you pay 1 point more in fee every year, you're going to have $2,000. Now, you don't see that every day. You don't see it every month. You don't see it every year. There's no story of the person losing their home because of it. There's no story of the crisis. But across time, it significantly and materially diminishes the retirement savings that someone has through the basic power of compounding. And so, the resistance to this change, which the private market has already proven fully that it's able to do, in the context of a world where there's so many very low-fee, high-quality investment products available to individuals, I just find somewhat confusing. And it's really based on protecting a legacy business model who I think time has passed. So with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I want to concur with the comments from my friend from Missouri, Mr. Luke DeMeyer, who already referenced a couple in my home district of West Virginia. I'd met with their financial planner, their financial advisor. It's a young couple. Not everyone who invests is wealthy. A lot are middle-income and low-income individuals. And this low-income, middle-income couple who's having their first child, buying their first home, simply wanted to save $50 a month per person, $50 a month. But the fee schedule that would occur under this new fiduciary rule would have taken so much of that money that it didn't make sense to allow them to invest it that way. In fact, to be a good fiduciary responsible advisor, he had to tell the couple not to invest in savings. That's not the message we want to send to Americans, not to invest, to save for their children's future. But you can't have a one-size-fits-all federal government mandated program that works for everybody. It certainly doesn't work for the constituents I represent in West Virginia. This is why we should stop this rule and support this bill. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to my seatmate, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. MacArthur.
Well, I thank the gentleman from West Virginia. Once again, I find myself, Mr. Chairman, following the remarks of my good friend from Maryland. And I admire his success and spirit, but I think, again, he's missing some things. I still have my friend Benjamin Franklin at the table with me here. I'm going to put him back up. And yes, I still am referring to my Benjamin Franklin Public Policy Award. I stepped out to receive it yesterday, and I guess I'm rather enjoying it because it's still sitting here on the desk. But I was looking up another quote from the ever-wise Ben Franklin, and he said...
Will the gentleman yield?
No, not just yet. He said, well done is better than well said. Well done is better than well said. And if I could just add to that, I think true compassion and justice is found not in intent, but in outcomes. And I hear people on the other side of the aisle articulating well some good intent, but I would argue that it's the outcomes that matter. And in an earlier set of comments, my friend from Maryland said that this just means that financial advisors have to defend themselves for their actions. He said that multiple times. Mr. Chairman, defend in a private setting is quite different than in a public setting. Even here, we're having a vigorous debate among colleagues, and there's no harm in stating our positions, but defending in the public square is usually defending in a lawsuit. And I know from years in business that when you overly create an environment that encourages lawsuits, you change behavior. And I would repeat what I said earlier, that the effect, the real effect, the outcomes will be that financial advisors will simply not find enough juice in the squeeze. They will simply not see enough fee or enough commission to justify being in a business where they constantly have to defend themselves from lawsuits because the investment world didn't work according to the way it was intended or the way they hoped it would. And the result will be that savers of low and moderate means will have fewer choices. They'll have, as one of my colleagues said earlier, they'll have to rely on robo-advice rather than on a real human being who can understand their needs and their goals and their desires and their appetite for risk. And if I can quote Dr. Franklin one more time, he said, "To err is human, to repent is divine, and to persist is devilish. So I seek the indulgence of my colleagues for my persistent rejection of this amendment, however well intended, I think will hurt the American people." And I yield back.
The gentleman yield? No?
The gentleman from West Virginia, does he yield back? Does the gentleman from West Virginia yield back?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman
Chair.
from West Virginia yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And just let me say to my Republican colleagues, I am just delighted to hear just about every single speaker over there weigh in on their concern for low to moderate income savers, minorities, because that is, in fact, the issue that got me very deeply involved in developing the final, helping to have an impact and influence the final fiduciary rule. Just as a little bit of history, I also want to push back on the notion that this is just somehow thrown together and we're shoving and choking something down on the industry. As you may recall, this fiduciary rule was first proposed in 2010. And I led a letter of 95 Democrats, including the ranking member of the Ways and Means Committee, objecting to the fiduciary rule as it was proposed in 2010. So fast forward, 2016, there was 6 years of work done on this. I was concerned that low-income people and minorities would only have access to, say, robocalls. But we, practically every single recommendation that was put forward by us and by the industry was adopted. One of the things we did was to ensure that there was a component for education so that low to moderate income borrowers would be able to get the advice without it costing them any money. We were very concerned about the way the bill, the fiduciary rule was constructed in the first instance, because we saw where people would have to enter into a contract with the agent before they could get any advice. That the fiduciary rule in its final iteration dealt with that. And in fact, most of the industry is implementing the fiduciary rule. They are, in fact, continuing to receive commissions. I believe that only Merrill Lynch has moved to a totally fee-based structure. One of the things that we were concerned about, proprietary products. Many of our financial advisors were worried that they had proprietary products that they'd no longer be able to offer under the initial fiduciary rule. And we made sure that they would be able to offer their proprietary products as long as they provided disclosure. With regard to my good friend from Missouri's statement that I, to this day, have not given him an answer as to how people could be abused without this fiduciary standard. I would join in the example I think Mr. Delaney gave, where many people are rolling over from their defined pension programs And we have seen abuses where they're put into variable interest, variable rate annuities, which is not good for them. With regard to the notion that SEC should have done this rule, I just want to remind you, particularly since there have been lots of efforts to turn the CFPB into a commission. We have learned from experience that commissions, like the SEC, often have a difficult time operating. The appointees to the SEC are Republican appointees, and of course, they share the view that we need to protect financial advisors first and foremost. The DOL moved forward with this fiduciary rule, and the SEC worked with them. I'll have to say that I did try to work on a bipartisan basis. Secretary Perez was pissed at me. Jeffrey Zients, the director of the U.S. National Economic Council, was pissed at me, but I think the product was worth the pain. And I yield back.
Time of the gentlelady has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Seek to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is an important discussion. I honestly believe that this is well-intended, and much of the work that's been done on this is well-intended, but I also honestly believe that it will cause harm to the people that it's intended to help, that those people who don't have significant resources will have less options of people to be able to work with as far as advisors go. I'm so honored, and I've said this before in other testimonies, other times, I really am honored to serve with people on this committee who are amazingly successful, who have done very, very, very well outside of Congress. I can guarantee you they will never have a problem finding an advisor to help them with their investments. But someone who has $10,000 or $15,000 or $20,000 that they're looking to start the process of saving are going to have a problem. They are losing the ability to see someone who can help them, who really cares about them. There's also real misunderstanding, I think, or a misperception that's being put out there that people who don't have a lot of resources don't have any choices, that they're stuck with the advisor that they've got. If it's a bad advisor, they're stuck with them. It couldn't be further from the truth. If you Google financial advisor in any place in America, literally hundreds, if not thousands and thousands of names would come up of people who right now could provide that service. But if this moves forward, my fear is much of that ability and advice and different entities out there who are willing to serve people with not a lot of resources to help them build up their nest egg will be gone. We're hearing from it from, again, great companies that I respect so much, and it makes me sad that they're doing this, but I don't blame them. State Farm, a great Illinois company, has put out a press release and in a news article not too long ago about their self-directed call center representatives, and the statement that they put out was, State Farm's self-directed call center representatives will make information and resources available to customers who will make their own decisions regarding their investments, Ms. Reisinger said in an emailed statement. To me, that is a loss. Again, it's a loss for people who aren't multimillionaires, people who have tons of resources. They still will have many, many, many people who are willing to help them and give advice. It's a loss to someone who's just starting out and saving, or who has waited too long and now feels like they've got to have help of knowing the right thing to do. I do think what this would also be a significant boon for, a significant help for, is for trial lawyers, and an opportunity for trial lawyers because of the ambiguity here and because of the uncertainty of the language. It really does open up, I think, huge opportunities for lawsuits. One of the other challenges we have in Illinois is that we've become a place where class action lawsuits love to come to because of certain jurisdictions in our state. And that's my fear, that this could be something as well. And I think this is why many of these companies, another one, Edward Jones, great company that I respect so much, but they said Edward Jones will curtail mutual fund access for retirement savers in commission accounts and cut investment minimums to comply with the rule. Again, this is a loss for people who need the help, and that is really, honestly, who I am concerned about and looking out for, and want to see this happen. Again, a lot of discussion has happened already in this debate about who should be responsible to make sure when there are bad actors out there that we're going after them. And the law is very clear. When someone is violating their duties, their responsibilities, there is legal precedent and process, and the proper place, I think, is the SEC for much of that, and the structure is already there for them to be able to do it and to do it best. Kind of wrapping up my discussion on this, I think there is a larger concern here, and even with my friends and colleagues on the other side of the aisle talking about the Wrong Choice Act, to me that is so condescending of saying that Washington knows best, that you are incapable of making good choices of who's going to help you make investment advice. I think is incredibly demeaning and condescending, that Washington is telling you what choice is right and wrong. I disagree with that. I think the American people are incredibly smart, incredibly competent, able to make good decisions when given good information, and when the legal system works for them, which I believe it does. I think we have example after example after example of fraudulent activity being punished, being prosecuted, being fined, people being made whole because of improper activity of certain representatives out there. But again, this is something that ultimately is going to harm people. It's Washington saying they know better than you, that if given the choice, they feel like you're going to make the wrong choice, so they're not going to let you do it. I just fundamentally disagree with that. I think the American people are incredibly smart, incredibly capable. If given good information, they're going to make the right choice for their friends and family and future. I yield back.
Time of the gentleman has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5
Thank you,
minutes.
Mr. Chairman, ranking member. You know, Mr. Chairman, when you opened this debate yesterday morning, you pointed out that when this bill had come before us in an earlier time, that we just kind of said, we're against it, we're just going to vote against it, no big debate. But I think that, at least for me, I thought it was important to have this full-out debate because we need to signal to the American people what our values are. This is a values moment on this piece of legislation. In my opinion, it's very clear. I mean, if you believe that the only way the financial services industry, the retirement industry, is going to give advice is if they can put the best interests of their clients below their own, then yeah, you don't like this. If you believe that the broker dealers, the people who give investment advice, should put the best interests of their clients first, then you got to be on our side. I mean, as I listen to my friends on the other side of the aisle, I'm thinking to myself, do you really have so little faith in the industry that imposing a standard of best interests is going to ruin the industry? Because that seems to be what they're saying. I'm like, I mean, I will gladly say most investment advisors probably already put best interests up front, even without being legally required to do so in certain circumstances. But for those that don't, and those exceptions can be devastating to the individual, there needs to be a rule that makes them. And that's as simple as that. And so to be having this fierce battle, basically you're standing up for the people who don't want to put their clients' interests, their best interests first. Why do you defend that? That's not defensible. And moving from that argument to the next, I mean, this argument that there won't be any advice for people unless we're able to offer conflicted advice reminds me of the whole argument about saying we want to sell as many, that if we have regulations on subprime, then people of color and low-income people won't be able to buy houses. What we found out is not everybody should buy a house all the time. Not every loan is a good loan. And it's better to never get that loan or to have to save for it than to go get in a product that is going to explode in your face and ruin you financially years later. So sometimes a little regulation is a good thing. Now let me just say this. This idea that my good friend made about the American people, that the Congress thinks that you don't know and they know. No, what we're just saying is that the people who you're going to engage to advise you on your retirement have to consider your interests first. That's what this whole debate is about. That's all that we're saying. And I'm going to tell you, I remember I was not in the retirement business or the financial services sector before I got to Congress. I was a criminal defense lawyer, and I could tell you all about that, but this is something I've had to learn. I can tell you this, though. I went to high school, went to college, even went to grad school a little bit, but I bought 2 houses in my whole life. I got a couple of savings accounts, and I have a 401k, and I have some retirement that I'm saving for. A person like me who's got a lot of schooling is no match for somebody who's been working in this industry for years and years and years and years and years. And I got some education. So you tell somebody who really is working hard, getting the kids to school, doing their job all day, that now they're going to have to manage their portfolio and know everything they need to know. I just think that that's a ridiculous thing to ask. And I think if people understood that that is what you're asking them to do, I mean, it would be ridiculous. Nobody expects a lawyer to not put their client's best interest first. Nobody expects a doctor to not put their patient's best interest first. Look, financial advising is very serious business, which takes a lot of training and education, and there should be a high standard across the industry. So let me just say that, look, when people roll over their 403B or their 401k into an IRA, they shouldn't have a bunch of fees that they don't even know about or understand. There ought to be some sort of standard and code that says that they're going to be looked after, that the people who are administering that have got to consider their interests. So yeah, this is absolutely a Main Street issue. To me, it's fundamental. Many have talked about the importance of this, of protecting retirement savers in this era of shifting to 401ks from pensions, and I yield back. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Strike the last word, Mr.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I've been sitting here listening, it is amazing to me that somehow we think that government has the answer to every problem that has ever faced people in human history. And I'm reminded of something that Ronald Reagan said that I think is very appropriate here today, which is, in this current crisis, the government isn't the answer to the problem, but the government is the problem. I just heard a litany of explanation about how complicated and complex retirement is. That's why we use trained professionals who they just don't follow prescribed procedures, but they use their best judgment to do what is best for their client and their customer. You know, the truth in all this is not philosophical, it's not intellectual, and definitely truth isn't political. The truth of this issue is the impact that this rule is having upon people throughout America, especially rural America. I'll share with you quickly a story from my hometown in Cartersville, Georgia, by a very well-respected member of our community who has been doing this type of financial advising for 40 years. He said, as someone that has run a business for many decades, I can tell you that the list of illogical Labor Department rules is long, but this fiduciary rule tops them all. This isn't because he is trying to rip off his clients. It's because he is well respected in the community and he wants to do what is best for his clients, but the government is telling him he can no longer do that. Another individual professional in Mississippi says this rule may work in certain area codes, but not in rural America. And let me tell you, these are families who need investment advice the most and from those they trust. Ladies and gentlemen, America doesn't trust our government, and this is exactly why. We need to roll these decisions back. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield my time to Mr. Huizenga.
I appreciate that, and along those lines, I'm curious to my friend from Georgia. How is it righteous to force a young couple starting by saving $600 a year, to force them to pay $100 a year for that advice instead of the $10 that they were getting, which was the example that Mr. Mooney and my fellow chairman, Mr. Lukemeyer, brought up. I don't understand this, you know, and it's been brought up that the best thing for the customer is have to be the primary focus. Well, the best thing for a customer is to not have anybody charge them anything. Yeah, but that isn't reality. I mean, what the best is to have a mutually beneficial situation. And I have appreciated this. We've got a little peek into the circus here, but for the most part, it's been pretty high-minded. I do need to address an issue with my colleague from Massachusetts. We were talking about ERISA earlier. ERISA is under the DOL purview. However, the problem is implementation with how they defined a fiduciary. It just went well beyond retirement advice, and the SEC and the DOL have different fiduciary definitions. And the DOL fiduciary rule claims to subject all entities to a fiduciary standard when providing retirement advice. Well, the SEC already has a fiduciary standard, and the DOL rule is so broad and complicated that an investment advisor that is registered with the SEC and legally required to act as a fiduciary in all capacities would be subject to a different fiduciary standard when giving, quote, retirement advice. So the DOL is subjecting all of these financial advisors to a class action lawsuit, as my colleague from Kentucky was talking about earlier, and others have. So it's not in the best interest of customers and savers to be subject to a different regulatory regime from both the DOL and the SEC. And in part because the DOL does not understand capital markets, which is, they may understand ERISA, they don't understand capital markets. The rule was fundamentally flawed, and the result is a business model being eradicated. And I know he's stepped out, I know my friend, and I count him as a friend from Maryland, says, well, you know, people have it being adjusted, and saying okay, that this rule is okay because people have adjusted is a little like saying, hey, they'll figure out how to live with one arm instead of two. Well, that doesn't mean it's better, all right? And at the end of the day, the DOL does not understand capital markets where the rule is fundamentally flawed, and the Section 841 of the Choice Act appropriately repeals a fatally flawed DOL rule and allows the SEC to move forward in rulemaking regulated to broker-dealers that engage in it. So with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman from Georgia has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I will yield to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. First of all, I want to congratulate the gentleman from New Jersey on his award. I really, that's a fine award. I hope it doesn't diminish the glow of that award that I received that award last year, largely for my positions on this issue. So, again, I congratulate him for receiving that award. I think earlier one of our colleagues, the argument has been raised that we don't want the government in the game with respect to fiduciary duty. Well, the plain fact of the matter is the government put the existing standard in that allows people to be ripped off. So it's not a question of the government getting out or getting in. The government's in. We're baked in. We established a standard. And we established a very low standard that allows investment advice to be conflicted and to, in some cases, not all, benefit the advisor more than it does the investor. That's the problem. There's conflicted advice that we allow right now, and it's very difficult for an individual investor to even know about the conflicts that are going on. There's no disclosure requirement, which the Department of Labor rule would require. Secondly, I want to just dispel the notion that this is a 1,000-page rule. I heard that earlier today. I think I've heard that in previous debates. If you go to the Code of Federal Regulations, the rule regarding the fiduciary responsibility is six pages. It is small type, but it's 6 pages, not 1,000. The explanation of fiduciary duty and what that requires is about 20 pages. What is 900 pages is my colleague Republicans have required a cost-benefit analysis that goes on for about 900 pages. So the rule is 6 pages, not 1,000 pages. And And I know someone mentioned that they had a lady in their district that didn't understand what the fiduciary duty rule would do to benefit her. I would suggest that anybody in that position go to AARP, because these folks, 365 days a year, are out there fighting for seniors, and a lot of people relying on pensions and Social Security and annuities, and so they have a pretty good sense of what's in the best interest of America's seniors. And I just wanted to, I wrote them to ask them what they thought about this, and they wrote a great letter in response. They asked me to oppose H.R. 10 and any similar bills designed to restrict the ability of the Department of Labor or the CFPB to protect the public. They said that regardless of party affiliation, the AARP that represents 100, what is it? How many folks? 38 million members of AARP, 50 years and older. And they want a transparent, deliberative, and data-driven agency at the CFPB that will work closely with consumers and financial service industries to develop sensible safeguards for protecting against unsafe mortgages, unsafe lending practices, abusive credit card practices. AARP knows that Americans age 50 and over, regardless of party affiliation, want Congress to hold financial institutions accountable for wrongdoing. And that's what the fiduciary duty rule will do. So there is a different standard between the SEC and the Labor Department, no question about it. I think the difference between us is, if you see the danger is to Wall Street, you look to the SEC for their rulings. If you see the danger being to retirees and pensioners, you look at the protections that are provided by the Labor Department. That's their job. That's their jurisdiction. So we just look at it in different ways. And I thank the gentleman for yielding. I yield back the balance of my time.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The chair now recognizes himself for 5 minutes. Listen to this debate for a while. I continue to hear my friends on the other side of the aisle saying we must put the customer's interest first. I could not agree more. Part of putting the customer's interest first is respecting their choices and appreciating their income levels and what that might be able to buy. You know, we heard at the committee from John, a financial advisor in Mississippi, who wrote us, quote, "As a result of the Department of Labor's fiduciary rule, I have been directed to start closing accounts for investors who have less than $50,000 in their savings account. The fiduciary rule is essentially asking families to cliff dive without a parachute. I wonder how that is putting customers' interest first." We heard from John and Melissa in West Virginia at the committee. Quote, "Fast forward to February 2017 to start complying with the new DOL rule, I've had to transition this young family into an account held with a broker-dealer that can handle complying with the new regulations. The annual fees on these accounts are $50 to $125 per year. For all these young families that were just getting started, these increased fees seem unreasonable. Many of them have decided to stop saving as a result of the additional cost. I am witnessing a regulation that is motivating young West Virginia families to stop saving for the future. I wonder how that is putting customers' interest first." The committee heard from Gene in Georgia. The fact of the matter in this case is that the party who will be hurt the most by this rule is the consumer, particularly the smaller investor who often needs the help the most. As you probably know, many brokerage firms have already established minimums that would exclude the opportunity for many investors to receive help. Another result of this ruling is that many investors will end up paying much more for their investment advice than they have in the past. How is this a good thing? It's a good question posed by Jean of Georgia. Indeed, how does this put customers' interest first? You know what's interesting is you would think that perhaps we could learn lessons from others' mistakes. We know that in the UK a few years ago they put in a very similar proposal to the DOL fiduciary rule. And what happened? Tens of thousands of low and moderate income savers lost their accounts. They came up with a phrase for it in the UK, the advice gap. The advice gap. And so maybe we could profit from our friends across the pond and learn from their example. And so I do believe, though, as I listen to the debate, there are some good points made, and I would suggest, as the former acting chairman of the SEC, Mike Piawar, has suggested, that there are ways to strengthen investor education and point-of-sales disclosure, because, yes, I think there has been some confusion, and we address this in the Financial Choice Act. But at the end of the day, we do want to put customers' interest first in taking, on a functional basis, taking away their retirement advice, taking away their investment advice is no way to help them. You know, I also think about my own personal investment account that I've had with one of the known brokerage firms for quite some time. I meet with my own representative on a commission basis, about on an annual basis. And on many times, that representative offers me the counsel of purchasing a mutual fund that that is not their branded fund, that frankly is one of their competitors' funds, because at the end of the day, that counselor knows, that advisor knows that if they don't give me good advice, good, helpful advice, I'm not going to be a repeat customer. And so I think that, again, we see this throughout the marketplace. Let's help with disclosure, but let's not take away the ability of low and moderate income people to receive advice. We've heard testimony that could cost $100 billion of savings. We cannot do that. My time has expired. For what purpose does she's not here. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
Strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to my colleague from Massachusetts.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I just want to go over the UK example that the chairman offered. The folks in the UK went a lot further than we did. They actually eliminated commissions, and we do not suggest that. There's nothing in the fiduciary rule that eliminates commissions. We think that's a good incentive for inducing financial advisors, to go out and do their jobs. We think that's good. As a matter of fact, in some cases where the benefit to the advisor may be considerable, it doesn't ban that. We live in a capitalist society, and it's a positive business practice. But we do require that they disclose if there are conflicts there, and it can obviously protect them from any liability in that case. The other thing with the UK, though, is that we have seen the cost of their products, because the system is much more transparent now in the UK. People know what they're buying. They know what the benefits are. We've seen increased competition among the firms because people have more information to make those decisions. They've got a lot of data. They can make comparisons for different products. What one person is getting for a commission versus another. So the competition has actually lowered the price of the product. But you're right, the cost of the advice has gone up a little bit, but it's been offset by the fact that the products that are being sold are at a more competitive rate. So the margins are smaller. So it's basically a wash. But there's been a lot of very positive results from the UK experiment. The advice gap that they talked about never materialized. There is excess capacity of about 5,000 advisors in the UK market today, according to an analysis by Towers Watson. There's no evidence that consumers have been forced to go without advice as a result of regulation. And I think the gentleman from Maryland very articulately earlier today described the ability of our financial services industry to innovate. And I do believe that they will be able to provide those services. They'll have to re-engineer some of their low-cost products to be able to service the families that want to put $50 a week away, as some members have talked about. And as a matter of fact, ironically, I think advising families to stay in cash is probably a violation of the fiduciary rule in itself. It's probably, not in the best interest of their clients. So with that, I would like to yield back to Mr. Coon, and then perhaps he would yield back to the ranking member.
Thank you to my colleague, and yes, I would like to yield to the ranking member.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that. I would simply like to say that the debate has been very clear. Those on the opposite side of the aisle are protecting the investment advisors, and they frame it in such a way to have you believe they're looking out for minorities and small investors. But the fact of the matter is, the investment advisor community that's concerned about losing their commissions have spent an awful lot of money lobbying on this issue. As a matter of fact, the study that shows they have spent 10 to 1 to defeat a fiduciary rule. That is $50 million as opposed to $5 million that's put up by those who are protecting our seniors. And let me just say, in this first quarter alone, we have 20 firms that have spent $3 million. And while I'm certainly not accusing anybody of having a position because of the strong lobby with so much money, it's the perception. Oftentimes, we are accused by so many of responding to those who have the strongest lobby, the biggest lobby, and the most money. And while I would not like to accuse anybody, it smells. It does not smell right that all of a sudden you have all of these financial interests can spend all of this money, delay the rule, and continue to fight it, and the money speaks for itself. They're willing to spend more millions of dollars to stop this with the support now of this new president. I yield back the balance of my time.
Time of the gentleman from Nevada has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I think it would be helpful to actually take a look at the language, the section in the Choice Act that this amendment purports to strike, or that will strike. The provision in the Choice Act is simply a call for consistency among federal regulators, and a call for the regulator with the most experience in these matters, the SEC, to take the lead. The Choice Act pulls back on the Department of Labor's current fiduciary rule until the regulator with the best expertise issues its own rule. There are often problems that arise with a multiplicity of regulators addressing the same or similar issues, just like there can be problems at home when you have multiple regulators looking over the kids. And I know that from personal experience when my wife and I try to give guidance to our children. One of us have expertise in one area and the other has an expertise in other areas, and we tend to defer to the other depending on what that expertise is, and we're united in how we guide our kids. It's a similar situation here.
Will the gentleman yield for a quick question?
As I get through my points here, this provision in the Choice Act asks for the Department of Labor to develop a new regulation that would be consistent with what the SEC promulgates. It also asks the SEC to evaluate the impact of the rules regarding fiduciaries, the impact on retail investors, broker-dealer advisor compensation, the availability of products to consumers, and the access of retail investors to personalized and cost-effective investment advice. This is good analysis to have. And it's analysis that was wanting in the Department of Labor's fiduciary rule. We've had a lot of debate going back and forth on costs that everyday retail investors are going to see. And I think it's important for people to take a look at spreadsheets that get developed, whether one is going to go into a so-called wrap fee, and over the time period, time horizon of investment, and what the cumulative expense is going to be for that particular investor, versus an investor who might choose to have a commission from time to time for a transaction or two. If somebody's not trading a lot, and then they're going to be put into a wrap fee, these differences can be striking. And when you look about cost-effectiveness advice, cost-effective advice for investors, I think we'd want to be taking a look at that. And so the section in the Choice Act that we're debating here, I think it's important for people to take a look at it, to read it. It's saying, let's look and see what the SEC does, the regulatory agency that has the best authority or the best expertise in this area. Take a look at the impact on retail investors and make sure that they're still going to have access to cost-effective advice. And then let the Department of Labor come in a manner that's consistent with that. So again, I think this provision that we're looking at is simply about good government, effective government, consistent government, because we don't need conflicting regulations coming out of Washington, D.C. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to yield to my friend from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I know we're getting caught up in this SEC. You know, many of the members on the other side think this should be an SEC affair. And again, I think it's how you view the problem. I just want to give you something else to read, and that is the mission statements of both the Labor Department and the SEC. So let me give you the Department of Labor first. The Department of Labor has been established to foster and promote the welfare of job seekers, wage earners, and retirees of the United States by improving their working conditions, advancing their opportunities for profitable employment, protecting their retirement and health care benefits, helping employers find workers, strengthening free collective bargaining, and tracking changes in employment prices and other national economic measurements. In carrying out this mission, the Department of Labor administers a variety of federal labor laws, including those that guarantee workers' rights to safe and healthful working conditions, a minimum hourly wage and overtime pay, freedom from employment discrimination, unemployment insurance, and other income support. That's what the Department of Labor is all about and has been about, and what the intention of Congress was in establishing the Department of Labor. If you go to the SEC, it's all about Wall Street. It is all about Wall Street. And it is about hedge funds and private equity and stock exchanges, and it's all about Wall Street. I'm here for retirees. They're a priority here. I think they're at a disadvantage when people from the financial services industry with all the information and great educations and sometimes dubious motives try to sell them stuff. And I think it is a great solution to simply have a rule, instead of having a government rule sponsored by the SEC that, and by the way, it's a 6-page rule. It's a 6-page rule. I have a copy of the Federal Register right here. 6-page rule. There's another 20 pages that explains what the standard is, the fiduciary standard. And as I said before, there's 900 pages of a cost-benefit analysis that has been required by my colleagues, my Republican friends on the other side of the aisle, which I don't disagree with. You asked for a cost-benefit analysis. It is there. It was 900 pages, killed a lot of trees, but you did it. And it's too late now to complain about it. But that really defines the distinction between where we stand on this issue. I think that retirees should have a rule that protects them that says if someone's going to sell you stuff, and if someone's going to help you plan your retirement, and I do believe that anybody who goes out there and works for 30, sometimes 35, 40 years, and puts some money aside each and every one of those weeks that they work, at the end of their working lives, they should have a secure retirement. And that's our objective here, our collective objective. So the best way to make that happen is having a rule that says to the financial advisor, you've got to give advice that's in the best interest of your client, the retiree, the investor. And you can't be making deals and selling products because it gives you the biggest commission. That's what this fight is about. That's what this fight is about. So I hope that common sense and the best interests of our retirees will prevail. Again, the AARP, the folks that are out there 365 days a year, have written to us and asked us to oppose H.R. 10, oppose the ability of the financial services industry to give out conflicted advice. They've asked us to protect retirees, and I ask my colleagues to stand with them. Thank you, and I yield back. I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Time of the gentleman from Florida has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Move to strike the last
The
word.
gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
It's pretty clear that all of us on this committee want to protect investors, and especially small dollar, lower income investors. We want to make sure we have a system that is transparent, where information is adequately disclosed to our savers to make sure they're protected. And the conversation in this room today seems pretty simple. But the fact is, yeah, you might have a 6-page rule, but you do have a 950-page explanation to navigate the 6 pages.
The gentleman yield?
I will not. Simplicity. Simplicity of what we talk about today doesn't take 950 pages to explain it. And so with a 950-page rule, I love my friends across the aisle who say, we're protecting the little guy. We hate big Wall Street. I hate Wall Street. Okay, well, do you think the 5-person brokerage firm in Wausau, Wisconsin can navigate the 950-page rule? Do they have lawyers and consultants so they can serve my community? Or do you think a massive, complicated rule helps the big guy with lawyers and consultants and compliance officers? Pretty simple. You hurt the little guy, put him out of business, and you help the big guy. Where have we heard that before? The Dodd-Frank debate. Oh, we're going to pass rules that are going to go after big Wall Street firms. Oh, and we're going to protect small little banks and little credit unions because we love them. We want to protect them. The exact opposite happened. Big banks, they got bigger. Little banks, see you later, they start going away, or they consolidate. And who gets hurt? Rural America. The little communities that those credit unions and small banks serve now don't have a bank. If they do, at best, they have a bank branch where decisions are made in some far-off town. I love the debate, though. I'm helping the little guy. What you're going to do is you're going to help the little guy so much with this rule that they're not going to be able to get any advice at all. They got to go to a robo-advisor, go online, and what they're relegated to is not someone giving them personalized advice, but they get to fill out 10 questions online, and it'll spit out a recommendation for them. And so when things go bad, and other folks get a call in and talk to an advisor, and they're like, whoa, hold on a second. You're not going to retire for 25 years. Maybe you shouldn't sell. We know this is going to happen. We're going to have ups and downs, and you're going to ride the storm. As opposed to the poor guy that gets a robo-advisor can make really stupid decisions, and they sell in the 08 crisis, and they don't benefit from the recovery. They get screwed. The little guy is always losing with big government. And I'm so sick and tired of hearing every do-gooder over here talk about how all these rules help people, when in reality, they hurt people. Where have you heard that if you like your doctor, you're going to be able to keep your doctor? If you like your health care plan, you can keep your health care plan. By the way, if you're a family of 4, on average, we're going to save you $2,500 a year in your health insurance. Where have you heard that before? I'm helping the little guy. The little guy got screwed in Obamacare. Minnesota, a 50% increase in premiums in 1 year. Arizona, 100% increase. Is that helping the little guy? You're crushing the little guy. I join my friends. We want to help the little guy. We want to make sure they know the deal they're getting. We want to make sure that broker dealers, financial advisors, they're completely transparent and they're disclosing any conflicts of interest. We're all on the same page on that, but that's not a 950-page explanation of a 6-page rule. That's not that. Let's simplify this stuff, but let's make sure that we don't price the little dollar saver, the low-income saver, out of saving, so when they get to the age of retirement, they don't have a little nest egg. They just have to rely on the federal government and a Social Security check. That's all they got because they didn't save because it was too complicated. Because that's what's going to happen here. I don't think my friends want that to happen. I don't want that to happen. There's a better pathway forward on principles that we all agree with. But what Tom Perez put out, and by the way, Tom Perez, have you heard him speak? Oh my God, this is the guy that wrote the rule. We should all be shocked. The head of the DNC, who's out there with profanity and throwing bombs, was the guy that wrote the rule. Check him out. And I'll yield for 5 seconds to the lady from Missouri.
Hopefully the gentleman from North Carolina will yield me more time, but thank you for the kind gesture.
Time of the gentleman from Wisconsin has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last
The
word.
gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I was not going to wade into this because I'm hoping that at some point we can move at a rate faster than one amendment for every 2 hours. But what started out, as these things sometimes do, as a debate fairly divorced from reality, has sort of reached a fevered pitch of ideological fervor, thanks to my excited friend from Wisconsin. And as I sometimes try to do, I'm going to try to bring this discussion back to something resembling reality, because we've really gone off the rails. First of all, to my excited friend from Wisconsin, this is not a 950-page rule. It is a 6-page rule accompanied by hundreds of pages of cost-benefit analysis, which was demanded by your party. Now, I will also stipulate that this is a fairly complicated thing to write. So like the Volcker rule, which I happen to believe is a good idea, but is fairly complicated in its implementation, I think we would be delighted with suggestions for simplicity. But let's stay factual here. This is not a 950-page rule. It is a 6-page rule.
Would the gentleman yield?
And, Mr. Chairman, give me just a minute or two, and then if I have time, I will yield. In the ideological fervor that is ongoing from the other side, you might believe that this is an attempt to micromanage Americans' retirement funds. Now, I was a banker, so I know a little something about this. And in fact, for most Americans, retirement is a fairly straightforward thing. If you're young and have a long time horizon, you probably ought to be in longer term, slightly riskier instruments than if you're 70 years old and about to retire. For most Americans, this is not hugely complicated. But most Americans face an information asymmetry. People who work in this industry, they are relied upon for the advice. That should be pretty simple. The problem is an awful lot of people make an awful lot of money trying to convince most Americans that this is really very complicated and get them into products that are not in their interest because people are a little worried about their retirement. But the other side would have you believe that we're trying to impose particular stocks or particular investment styles, that we're micromanaging with one size fits all. Baloney! That is not what we are doing here. What we are doing here is we are promulgating a principle. And it's important that the American people hear this. This rule promulgates the principle, the wildly radical idea that if you get paid to advise somebody on their retirement, you ought to act in their interest. That's what this says. If this said you should invest in these mutual funds and you ought to sort of pay attention to capital asset pricing theory, if it said that, I would probably oppose it. But this simply says people who you pay to advise you will act in your interest. So my friends over there are saying this is one size fits all. Well, guess what, my friends? We do have a consensus that on certain things as simple as the proposition I have offered, one size does fit all. We generally agree that you can't drive drunk. We generally agree that you can't discharge a weapon in a crowded place. We generally agree that you don't deny somebody the right to vote because of the color of their skin. That's all one size fits all. How is that different from the idea that if I pay you to advise me, you should act in my interest? I'm okay with that as a one-size-fits-all premise, and I'm open-minded, as I think many people are over here, to suggestions from the other side as to how we might simplify that very basic, and yes, perhaps one-size-fits-all. So no, this is not overweening government any more than it is the embracing of the idea that people shouldn't drive drunk. That's a key principle. And yet we get this table-pounding ideological fervor over there saying that this is micromanaging, one-size-fits-all, watching step. No, we are just saying, if I pay you to give me advice, you ought to give me advice that is in my interest. I see that I have 1 minute left, and I will yield that to the chairman.
Well, I thank the gentleman for yielding. I just wanted to point out that the author of the amendment, the gentleman from Massachusetts, is the one who maintained this was a 900-page rule, so I'll let you two gentlemen debate that on your side of the aisle. I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will work that out with the gentleman from Massachusetts and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose? He's not there. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. As I hear the earnest appeal from those on the other side, I recall the same sense of earnest concern as the Dodd-Frank bill was written. The outcomes are really what's important. The outcomes to the American people, particularly those who are low-income minority people, the subject of much of our discussion today. And that demographic group has moved the least up the economy than any other group in this country. So I think it would be well intended to, on their part, but very much misguided. I yield to the gentlelady from Missouri.
I thank the gentleman from North Carolina for yielding. And Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to wind down this discussion on our side of the aisle. As the author of the Retail Investor Protection Act in the last two Congresses, it is my fervent belief that we are on the side of the American people. We are on the side of that low and middle income investor. And let me reiterate one more time about Main Street. What is on the corner of every Main Street USA? What's on the corner? A gas station? A Dairy Queen? And you know what? Your broker-dealer, that insurance advisor, that person that's helping that community save for the future. And yes, Mr. Chairman, they do in fact have, generally speaking, there are bad actors obviously in any industry, but they have the best interest of their customers and their clients, the people that they live with, the people they go to church with, the people that are their neighbors, the people that they work with. They have, Mr. Chairman, their best interest at heart. That broker-dealer grew up with me. When he was advising me, he was there when my children were born. He was there when they graduated from college. He was there when they got married. He was a part of our family, and he had the best interest of me and my family at heart. So I believe.
Will the lady yield?
I will not. I believe that those people that are helping Americans save for the future do indeed have their best interest at heart. And most of all, Mr. Chairman, I believe in the American people. They are tired of their freedoms being chipped away at. They are tired of unelected bureaucrats, especially at the Department of Labor, telling them what is in their best interest, what Washington thinks they should be doing. They're tired of their freedoms being chipped away. They are tired of what this former administration, the Obama administration, and Secretary Perez, who is now the Democrat National Committee's chair, politically have foisted off on them. Mr. Chairman, they are tired. I will not yield. I will not yield on behalf of the American people and the people of Missouri's 2nd Congressional District. And speaking of which, let me just say, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to close with the comments of Richard from Ellisville, Missouri, which is in the heart of Missouri's 2nd Congressional District, Mr. Chairman. And he says, and I quote, "I started my business 11 years ago and now employ 40 people. Our employees are our family, which is why I began offering a 401k benefit about 5 years ago. It's proven to be popular and helped me attract great people to work here, as well as made it easy for them to save for the future. As someone that runs a business for over a decade, I can tell you that this list of illogical Labor Department rules is long, but this fiduciary rule, which is indeed 1,000 pages long with addendums and appendixes, this rule tops them all. Mr. Chairman, I will continue to fight for the best interests of all those trying to save for the future. I will fight for the best interests of those in business and industry that are helping them. I strongly oppose the gentleman's amendment, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Time of the gentleman from North Carolina has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me correct the record from that which was asserted by the gentlelady from Missouri. As somebody who proudly represents the state of Washington, let me assure you that what is on every corner of every town in America is a Starbucks. And with that, I would like to yield to the ranking member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members. This has been a spirited debate. And for those who contemplated running for office, they sure get very animated. And so part of the animation that we have witnessed is about politics. But one should be careful when they start to attack the head of the Democratic Party from the opposite side of the aisle. Don't forget, every morning that they wake up, they've got to defend this new president of the United States of America. And I think that should be very difficult. If not, I suppose, as they stand with him, they're prepared to take the blows that they're willing to put out. I really wanted this time to talk about what the chair of this committee seemed to try and define. He talked about the UK. He was not very detailed in talking about where he got his information from or any study that was actually done. And so we looked up the study that was actually done that defined what is happening in the UK. First of all, we are reminded that in their efforts to convince members of Congress that financial firms' opposition to the DOL fiduciary rule is driven by their concern over its potential impact on small savers rather than preservation of their excess profits. Industry lobbyists frequently point to what they paint as the dire consequences of the United Kingdom's move to ban advisors from earning commissions for their investment recommendations. The conclusions from the independent regulatory reviews conducted by outside consultants for the UK Financial Conduct Authority have been overwhelmingly positive. The following among their key findings: eliminating commissions has reduced investment bias, and that has contributed to an improvement in the quality of advice. According to an analysis by Europe Economics, advisors whose pay is no longer dependent on product producers have been exerting more competitive pressure on providers and negotiating lower product cost. Product prices have fallen by at least the amounts paid in commissions before the ban, and prices on some products appear to have fallen even further. Far from having an advice gap, there is excess capacity of about 5,000 advisors in the UK market today, according to an analysis by Towers Watson. There's no evidence that consumers have been forced to go without advice as the result of the regulation, though some have chosen to do so when the cost of advice was made fully transparent, according to a survey report by NMG. The DO rule proposal is more modest than the UK regulation. Instead of banning commissions, it focuses on minimizing the conflicts associated with those payments and requiring advisors to put their customers' interests first. That's not a lot to ask when it comes to protecting the hard-earned savings of American workers and retirees. I thought I would just share that information. And I'm glad the chairman is back, because I know he attempted to define what has happened in the UK, but he didn't have a lot of supporting data or seemingly facts to support his argument. So I'm very pleased to share that and put it into the record. And I hope that my chairman will avail himself of this information so that if he describes again what has happened in the UK, he will have the facts, he will have the information, and he will end up with the same conclusion that any reasonable, logical person would end up with based on the facts that have been presented to us all. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I have no more time, and I yield back. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman from Washington, I believe, has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I'd like to yield to Mr. Huizinga.
Well, I appreciate that, and I just find it ironic that those on the other side are complaining that somehow this has gotten politicized. They're the ones that have fired that first salvo in this entire thing. And I will note that we are well afield from where the gentleman's amendment was taking us originally. The original amendment was not about the damage in England of what has happened with the banning of commissions and how that has impacted negatively the citizens and those savers in England. The amendment was about striking a section that says the Department of Labor, which we had gone over, and I had brought up the ERISA situation and the fiduciary definition that the DOL has versus the SEC's fiduciary definition. We talked about the damage that is coming from that particular rule, and again, as we're looking at this, I keep getting this feeling of like, well, yeah, okay, sure, there's been an impact, but it could be worse. So why don't we just move ahead with this Department of Labor rule that clearly was politically motivated at the time. There was direction to the SEC to not move forward, to allow the Department of Labor to move forward. And as we discussed and explored on numerous levels, we know that that a purebred racehorse and a work mule are not the same thing. That is what we are comparing here. And why in the world would we settle for the mule running the track? I know my friend from Kentucky who knows these things well would never bet on that mule. That's what we're doing. So why would we not go back and actually improve the situation here? The Choice Act clearly says we are going to vacate this Department of Labor rule until the SEC promulgates a rule. And then the DOL can harmonize with that. And that is really the extent. I mean, the arguments that we've seen back and forth about whether England has benefited or not benefited, I think are fairly clear and straightforward. There is an advice gap that exists. This is from July of 2016. Andrew Bailey, who took on the role of Chief Executive of the Financial Conduct Authority on July 1, has revealed that part played by the Retail Distribution Review in creating this advice gap. At the FCA's annual public meeting, he said while the RDR achieved certain objective, it caused advisors to pull away or make their services too expensive for one-off or limited advice. And that's ultimately what we've been talking about is who's getting advice? What kind of advice are they getting? And I think my colleague from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, put it greatly as he was quoting Warren Buffett. What you pay is a price. What you get, what you receive is the value. And that's really what we're looking at. And Mr. Chairman, I know that we had sent a letter to this regarding the Department of Labor rule, which is what we're discussing here today. We cited in our joint letter here the additionally recent studies report that the DOL fiduciary rule has already affected 92,000 financial advisors and up to 14 million customers with a total compliance cost of $31.5 billion. $31.5 billion. And that's from a study, American Action Forum. And ultimately, Mr. Chairman, I think that's we are losing the focus. As I said before, and I started off yesterday, welcome to the circus. It's been pretty good today. But every so often, that flap of that circus tent gets pulled back, and we see the ugly underside of politics. And what we are really trying to do is debate some details about how we are going to service those that need that advice best. And with that, I believe my time has expired, Mr. Chairman.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Who seeks recognition? Is there any further debate on the amendment? If not, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay, in the opinion of the chair, the nays appear to have it. The nays have it. Is there further discussion? For what purpose the gentleman from Massachusetts? A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered and pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules for the proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Are there further amendments or discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition?
Green from Texas. Procedural.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I have a UC request that relates to what you have just placed behind us. Is it appropriate that I submit this at this time?
Yes.
Thank you. It's from AARP.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts
I
seek
have an amendment at the
recognition?
desk.
We'll pause and allow the amendment to be distributed.
Make it quick, will you?
I will.
Has every member received a copy of the amendment? Has any member not received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will report.
Amendment offered by Mr. Capuano. Insert after Section 1 the following. Section 2, Office of Government Ethics Certification. A, certification. The Director of the Office of Government Ethics shall review this act and determine whether this act or any amendment made to this act directly benefits the President or individual who is appointed to the position in an executive branch by the President to influence federal regulation. The Director shall issue a certification listing any individuals that directly benefit. B, act to take effect after certification, notwithstanding any of the provisions of this act. The provision of this act shall take effect on the latter of 1, the date of the Director certifies as a result of the review described under Section A that no individual directly benefits from this act, and 2, the date of such provisions would take effect absent the application of this subsection.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment does exactly as it's worded. There's no hidden tricks here. There's no difficult issue. Quite simply, let's be honest, half of Wall Street has been appointed to serve in this administration. And that's fine. That's not a problem. They're professionals. I have some faith that they know what they're doing. But nonetheless, many of them have maintained a lot of their business relationships, including the President and his family. And you have to admit that even you must be hearing the same questions at home that I get. It's like, how do we be sure that this administration is going to have clean hands and make decisions on the basis of what's best for us? And I think that's a pretty fair question. I actually think that when everything's said and done, if this amendment would have passed, that the Office of Government Ethics would certify that it's okay. I don't suspect that there's anything wrong because I go into rooms actually trusting most people's good nature and good intent. And that being the case, I don't think they're going to find too many conflicts. And that being the case, what would be the problem with this? This is a nice, easy amendment that simply says people in government should make decisions based on what's best for the American people and not what's best for their own personal pocketbook and their own personal profit. Lots of questions have been raised every day about the President and his family and many people in his administration. And all I want to do is be able to look my constituents in the eye and say, look, professional people in the Office of Government Ethics have looked at this. They've looked at it in a thorough way, and they say it's okay. I trust them. I think they'll do a good job. And that's what this amendment does. I wish it was more complicated and deep than that. But simplicity sometimes is the thing that wins the day. So I have no doubt that since a simple, thoughtful, direct amendment has been offered, that it'll be accepted, hopefully, without even the need for a roll call. And with that, I would yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The chair yields to himself 5 minutes. Clearly, political theater has come out yet again. We know that many of my friends on the other side of the aisle were discussing the impeachment of our president before he was even sworn in. The unrelentless attacks on the president have simply not subsided. The purpose, ultimately, of this particular amendment, if we should take it seriously, ultimately would be to delay the impact, the date in which H.R. 10 can take effect. Meanwhile, again, we have people all over this nation who are losing financial products, who are losing access to financial services, who are lacking their opportunities to gain financial independence as they see it more difficult to be able to get mortgages, as they find it more expensive to pay for those mortgages if closing costs have gone up. Thank you, CFPB. May I have another? People who have lost their free checking, people who have lost their credit cards. As the ranks of the unbanked have increased, we know that the members on the other side of the aisle do not like H.R. 10. So now they have a twofer here, an opportunity to attack the president yet again, and an opportunity to delay the date in which H.R. 10 could take effect. So if the my friends on the other side of the aisle don't like H.R. 10. They will certainly have an opportunity to vote against it. And in their recent hearing, I think almost to a man and woman, they indicated their intention to do just that. So I have no doubt that they will. But we should probably have spent enough time debating what I think the gentleman from Massachusetts described as a rather simple amendment. It is a simple amendment that should be absolutely enthusiastically voted down.
Will the chairman yield?
I'd be happy to yield to the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you. I'm tempted to ask what to define directly benefits, because I think this is really kind of an unfair amendment, because I believe that the member offering that knows that, frankly, H.R. 10 is going to benefit all Americans, the president, the cabinet, every member of Congress, and every working man, woman, and child out there who've been feeling the effects of a slow growth economy because of it. But let's take this opportunity to talk about what Title II does do, because there is substance to it, not the circus as we've been talking about. Section 211 is an increase and enhanced civil penalties for security laws violations. It increases civil money penalties that may be sought in administrative and civil actions brought under the Securities Act of 1933, Securities Exchange Act of 34, the Investment Company Act of 40, and the Investment Advisors Act of 1940. Adds a new category of monetary penalties for administrative and civil actions brought under the federal securities laws for recidivists. Provides for for violations of injunctions and orders issued under the federal securities law, each day of failure to comply is a separate offense. Section 212, updated civil penalties for the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board. It increases civil penalties that the PCAOB may impose on actions brought under the Sarbanes-Oxley Act. Section 213, updated civil money penalty for controlling persons in connection with insider trading. It increases the civil money penalties that the SEC may seek against controlling persons in insider trading cases brought under Section 21A(a)(3) of the SEC Act of 1934. Section 214, update of certain other penalties, increases the civil money penalties that the SEC may seek under Section 32 of the Securities and Exchange Commission of 1934. Section 215, monetary sanctions used for the relief of victims. It provides that monetary sanctions collected by the SEC for a violation of the securities laws shall be added for funds established for the benefit of the victims of the violation. Section 216, the GAO report on use of civil money penalty authority by commission directs the GAO to report to the SEC the use of its authorities to impose civil money penalties. So while inadvertent, my colleague from Massachusetts may have given us an opportunity to talk about a very important part of the bill, Title II here. And subtitle B on that, Section 221, increase in civil criminal penalties originally established by the Financial Institutions Reform, Recovery, and Enforcement Act of 1989, FIREA, increases civil and criminal penalties established in FIREA. So what we are seeing here, the substantive part of this, not the circus and the political theater, the substantive part is that we are going and being tougher on those who have violated the law, who have broken the confidence of consumers, and it's time to pass this bill.
Time of the chairman has expired. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does the ranking member seek recognition?
I move to strike.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank Mr. Capuano and Mr. Ellison for offering this amendment. Earlier this year, President Trump said he would do a number on Dodd-Frank. He's even made direct comments about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Well, Republicans are rushing to answer his call with the Wrong Choice Act. In just over 100 days, the Trump administration ranks have swelled with Wall Street insiders, Gary Cohen, Steven Mnuchin, Steve Bannon, Jim Donovan, and all from one Wall Street business, Goldman Sachs, alone, not to mention the others who are there from other Wall Street entities. President Trump replaced Obama's ethics and transparency standards with weaker guidelines, and the president is already violating them. It's no wonder why leadership starts at the top. Trump has used his position to reap personal profits and permitted government websites to promote his private Mar-a-Lago club as the Winter White House. And to add insult to injury, since he's become president, he increased the fees for for a membership from $100,000 to $200,000. If the wrong choice were ever to make it to his desk, the president, along with his cronies, would stand to personally benefit from watering down various regulations. For example, even though we don't have his tax returns, we do know that President Trump owes Deutsche Bank hundreds of millions of dollars. And without going into all of the details, Deutsche Bank has been one of the biggest money laundering banks in the world. And we know that they are under investigation and they've had to pay millions of dollars in fines. He could make decisions that someone who wasn't so deeply conflicted would ever make. Mr. Capuano's amendment says, not so fast. Instead of requiring the Office of Government Ethics to certify that no one in a position of influence, including the president, stands to personally benefit from any change of the rules. This is a good amendment to a bad bill. I would think that my friends on the opposite side of the aisle would want to make some moves to protect themselves from a president who does not appear to take advice, does not appear to regard any of the members of Congress in any serious way. He makes up the rules as he goes along. He basically dishonors our allies and embarrasses us all. They should want to show that they are concerned about this president. And they should want to show by doing something public policy-wise that would help him and in turn help themselves because each day that we wake up, we find that there's another outrageous action that this president has taken. And that's not to get into all of what many of us are anxiously waiting for the investigations that are going on to conclude. They are investigating whether or not this president colluded with the Kremlin and with Putin to hack into our DNC, and whether or not money has been exchanged in the hiring of the hackers. They're also investigating whether or not there are connections in the Trump circuit, all aligned and allied around oil and the lifting of sanctions. And so this would be a good thing for the Republicans to do on the opposite side. Rein him in a bit. Help to give yourselves some comfort about whether or not he's in conflict and whether or not the ethics office should pay some attention to him.
Time of the gentlelady has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we've had a lot of amendments so far that have been interesting, and some of them have been, you know, I think well thought out. Other ones, you know, probably there's a partisan bent to them. But this one takes the cake. This is as partisan as it gets, a blatant attack on the president. This is ridiculous from the standpoint that if this were to go into place, there's no way the Choice Act would ever become, even ever have a chance to come up, because the Office of Government Ethics would take forever to go through all of this bill, to see all of the ramifications, implications. And you think getting a score from CBO is difficult. Wait till the Government Ethics Committee tries to get involved in something. It would be forever. So it's a great attempt to, I think, smudge the president, delay the bill, and distract us from what's really going on here. You know, the president's been attacked by every single thing that you can think of. The ranking member just had a list of talking points by their side of what they're trying to do. This is just another attack. You know, if you're serious about trying to find things, you know, the Choice Act here it deals with financial rules and regulations. You know, the president himself has had to file a financial report, just like all of us here sitting at the dais. I mean, all about his financial dealings. In fact, a whole lot more than what his tax reforms will ever reveal. A lot of people don't realize that, but that's the way it works. In order to take office, he had to file a plan with the ethics folks and get approved for his operation of his own personal finances and own personal businesses, which was done and was approved. And now this is just another delay tactic to try and do something like that. And again, whenever we're looking at something going to the Government Ethics Committee, it sometimes implies that there's wrongdoing. And when there's nothing there, it's just an investigative body that looks at things that have been referred to it. And so, again, if you look at this amendment, it implies one of two things. Either that we're doing this today for the benefit of the president, which makes no sense since the Choice Act was done last year already, prior to the election. Or, if you look at it from the standpoint of what my great good friend here from Michigan just said a minute ago, this bill is going to help everybody. It's going to help the president. It's going to help everybody at this, in this room today. It's going to help all Americans across this great country, because that's why we're doing this. We believe that this Dodd-Frank bill has caused a lot of harm, pain, heartache, has destroyed people's lives, businesses, increased cost, hurt them to have access to credit across the board. There's a lot of things in this bill that solve a lot of problems and, quite frankly, right some of the wrongs that have been done by the Dodd-Frank bill itself. So this bill is going to help everybody. I mean, if the Government Ethics Committee came back and found that this bill would actually help the president, which it should, quite frankly, if it did its job, what happens then? None of this goes into place? None of the great things in this bill is going to be able to help anybody else in this country? This is really a conundrum of how things get done around here. Mr. Chairman, I've seen some interesting amendments in my time. I was in the state legislature for 6 years, and we had a couple of jokesters there, and we always came up with some really interesting amendments, but this one is just about takes the cake. I certainly encourage everybody to defeat this amendment with that. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition?
Green of Texas.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and members, friends all, I have a good deal of consternation about the president's current position, wherein he has refused to reveal what his income tax reports, forms, filings would indicate. He does not expose his taxes. And while the Emoluments Clause of the Constitution does provide some requirement, that is quite less than what we could ascertain if we had his tax forms so that we can see where his investments are and determine whether conflicts exist. He has proposed a tax plan that, according to many, just read an article in The Guardian, wherein the tax rate for corporations would be reduced from 35% to 15%. And this rate, this new rate, would then apply to pass-throughs, LLCs, and S-corps. It is estimated that this plan alone would allow millions of dollars to be accorded Trump. It's alleged that he has about 500 such businesses and could net about $65 million a year if this plan comes to fruition. My point is simply this. Anything that we can do to assure the American public that the president is not going to reap huge benefits from merely being in office and promoting his businesses, I think is beneficial. I would support what Mr. Capiano has proposed. It seems reasonable under the circumstances. In another world, with another president, it might not be necessary. But in this world with this president, it's absolutely necessary. And for just a moment now, I'd like to reflect upon the prior president, President Barack Obama. I am absolutely, totally, and completely convinced that if we had the same circumstances with Obama as president, I assure you there would have already been a petition to impeach. You mentioned the persons who are talking about impeach the president. There would be a petition filed to impeach Barack Obama. There would be a request for an investigation into his taxes. There would be an effort to run him out of office as quickly as possible. I am absolutely, totally, and completely convinced. Why? Because you tried to do similar things with less evidence. You tried to imply that somehow he wasn't a legitimate president, that he wasn't born in the United States of America because he was born in Hawaii, which still happens to be a state in the United States of America, last time we checked. And the chief architect of much of this insidious language, the chief insidious prevaricator, appears to have been the commander-in-chief. Isn't it amazing how things tend to come around and go around? So now he's there, and we ought to demand that he be transparent. And I assure you that my colleagues on the other side would demand much more had President Obama found himself in the same position that the new commander-in-chief finds himself in. I have 14 seconds left, and with my last 14 seconds, I hope that at some point on the infinite continuum that we call time, when we all have to account for our time, I'll be able to ask the question, what would they have done had Barack Obama
Time of the gentleman has expired. All members are reminded to refrain from the use of personalities directed at any member of Congress, the president or the vice president. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to use this time to comment on the Choice Act and a provision that I think is of particular interest to our community banks, and that is the title that affords well-capitalized traditional commercial banks an off-ramp from the avalanche of regulatory burden that is inhibiting their ability to make loans to our families and our businesses across the country. And that is the title whereby those well-capitalized institutions that have a 10% leverage capital ratio may receive relief from Basel III and Dodd-Frank. And Mr. Chairman, I have a letter dated May 1st from the Arkansas State Bank Department Bank Commissioner, not the Trade Association, the Bank Commissioner, and I'd like to ask unanimous consent that that be inserted in the record. I'll assume that it will be. Let me read from this letter, if I could, Mr. Chairman. I believe the Financial Choice Act will address a number of issues which will...
The gentleman will suspend without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe the Financial Choice Act will address a number of issues which will improve the business climate for community banks, in particular providing broad regulatory relief to banks with an average leverage capital ratio of at least 10% will enhance our community banks' ability to serve the public. With fewer financial and employee resources allocated to compliance issues, community banks will be able to increase lending to businesses and individuals, which will stimulate economic growth in their communities. This is from the Commissioner of Arkansas State Bank Department, Candace Franks, dated May 1st. And Mr. Chairman, the FDIC data for the state of Arkansas indicates that our 103 institutions, about 75% of those, or 75 or so, will fully comply already with the 10% leverage ratio. Now, this leverage ratio I wish were higher personally, but the legislative process is a compromise. And when one looks at the FDIC data from the most recent financial calamity of the 2008 recession and the results, over 15% Tier 1 leverage ratio, there were essentially virtually no meaningful bank defaults. And between 10 and 15% was a modest number. And so 10% Tier 1 leverage is a reasonable compromise. And in fact, it was promoted by Tom Honig, the vice chairman of the FDIC, as his proposal to encourage this sort of exact off-ramp. Mr. Honig is an Obama appointee, vice chairman of the FDIC, and he shares the same view that a number of members of this committee in the last Congress did, Mr. Mulvaney, Mr. Schweikert. He shared the views of John Allison, former CEO of BB&T, a successful community banking company that weathered the 2008 crisis successfully. So I think that this is the exact kind of right regulation that we've been talking about, to propose an off-ramp for our community banks so that they can serve their communities well, and we will have an opportunity where, once again, our banking system will be, as Alexander Hamilton said, the nurseries of the national wealth. For we are not getting bank startups like we once did, and I would contend it's because of the weak economic performance of the last decade, because of the depth of the recession, and because of the uncertainty in regulatory costs that investors just don't know what their return might be to take the risk to start a community bank, something that's essential to economic growth in our local communities, which is why I think Hamilton chose to say they are the nurseries of our national wealth. If we are growing, then our banking system is healthy and expanding. If we're not, it's in contraction, as it has been since the passage of Dodd-Frank. And I'm pleased just in the last few months, though, that we've seen animal spirits return to the economy, including potential prospects for new banks. Perhaps that's because the regulatory environment will improve, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Is there any further debate on the amendment? For what reason does the ranking member seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
She's recognized for 5 minutes.
What'd you say?
She's,
I did already.
is she up or?
Anybody can give me some time. If we did, we'll get the time from Mr.
Who do you want?
Mr. Perlmutter? Yeah.
The gentleman from Colorado, for what reason do you seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word so I can yield my time to the ranking member.
Okay. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. The amendment is very clear and very straightforward. The Director of the Office of Government Ethics shall review this act and determine whether this act or an amendment made by this act directly benefits the President or any individual who is appointed to a position in the executive branch by the President to influence federal regulations. What is wrong with this amendment? How can it not be relevant? How can it not be just an extra protection against allowing this president to be involved in many of the businesses that he owns. Donald Trump's extensive international business holdings mean he will have to make decisions as leader of the U.S. that also affect his businesses. Ahead of the inauguration, Mr. Trump placed his business holdings in a revocable trust managed by his two adult sons, Eric and Donald Jr. But while this removes him from day-to-day decision-making of his business, the president still retains a long-term interest in making sure his companies are doing well. Eric Trump told Forbes in March he may share quarterly reports with his father despite a statement that they would not discuss business or government with each other. Shortly after ProPublica reported Mr. Trump could draw money from the trust at any time without external disclosure. Ethics experts have urged Trump to liquidate his business holdings so that he can avoid any appearance of a conflict, as the public nature of most of Trump's businesses means it impossible to prevent him from knowing how government policies will affect his bottom line. The Trump Organization leases the old post office building from U.S. government's General Services Administration for the Trump International Hotel in Washington, D.C. Trump, as president, is both landlord and tenant of this building, says Stephen Schooner, who, along with Daniel Gordon, has called on Trump to end the lease. The 60-year lease will likely involve renegotiations, and the person responsible for setting the rent prices would ultimately report to the head of the GSA, a Trump appointee. In addition, the lease bars any federal employee, including elected officials, from benefiting from contracts with the government. But in a March letter, the GSA said it had determined Mr. Trump was in full compliance with the lease because his interest in the hotel had been placed in a revocable trust, which he would see no personal benefit from during his term in office. The letter was written by the GSA employee who had done the initial negotiations over the building. Donald Trump still owns a hotel, still will benefit from payments, and still has a vested interest in its success. Noah Bookbinder, executive director of Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, told CNN. Bookbinder's organization sued Mr. Trump shortly after he was sworn in over foreign conflicts of interest. Meanwhile, the hotel has already been pitched to foreign diplomats as a place to stay while in Washington, raising concerns that foreign governments could see booking expensive rooms at the Trump International as a way to gain favor with the Trump administration. The Trump Organization owns the right to lease space in his office building in Manhattan and makes money from the rent paid to the building. According to Bloomberg News, there are 5 ongoing federal investigations into current or former tenants of 40 Wall Street, mostly for securities fraud. These investigations are headed by the Securities and Exchange Commission. Mr. Trump's appointee to head the SEC, Jay Clayton, has been criticized for his ties to Wall Street firms by Democrats during his confirmation hearings. We could go on and on and on to talk about these potential conflicts of interest. And as I mentioned, one of Trump's major lenders on his real estate projects is Deutsche Bank. The bank is currently in negotiations with the U.S. Justice Department to settle a case involving misleading buyers when it sold mortgage bonds backed by risky loans. We could go on and on with this. What's wrong with this simple amendment
Mr. Chair,
that should make everybody feel
I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. With that, we ask for any further debate on the amendment. Gentleman from Michigan.
Move to strike the last word.
You recognize for 5 minutes.
You know, Mr. Chairman, I really wish that I had invested in a crane company here in D.C. because everywhere you look, there's cranes. There's never a recession in D.C. because the bureaucracy just keeps growing. And we listened last night and for a good part of this morning to my friends on the other side, and what they seem focused on is to create more bureaus and bodies to investigate and protect everyone because, again, we cannot trust people to make their own decisions. We cannot trust state attorney generals or state officials to use existing laws to protect people. In fact, we need more laws to protect people. And really, the best I can discern is my friends on the other side, really, they're only interested in creating new and additional causes of action for the trial lawyers in this country so we can create jobs, but only jobs as related to frivolous lawsuits. Now, last night we listened to a prolonged episode of political theater, rather. Wish it was political theory. And now I'm surprised it only took until Amendment 7 to start talking about the president. So here's what the president's done so far. It hasn't been mentioned yet this morning. He's passed, I think, 29 bills, signed 29 bills, reeling in the regulatory burden that was created over the last 8 years. When I was at Willow Run in Michigan recently with the president visiting the American Center for Mobility, where autonomous vehicles are being developed, I was talking to one of the CEOs of the big three, and they told me that since President Trump took office, the big three CEOs have already met together 3 times. That's 3 times more than they met together during the entire Obama administration. And they met together to figure out how to create American jobs. Now, I have a little news flash for my friends on the other side. The American people spoke on November 8th. And they knew on November 8th that President Trump or candidate Trump hadn't released his tax returns. But we want to continue to talk about the tax returns. And the problem with that is we all were elected to solve problems. So we have in front of us today the Choice Act. And the Democrats want to delay the Choice Act. Well, so what that means in real life terms is people that are entitled to mortgages will be denied that opportunity. Small businesses that need loans to create and grow their businesses to create jobs will be denied that opportunity. People that want to buy cars will be thwarted. Closings on first-time home buyers' new homes will be delayed. And we will continue to lose a bank a day. So I think we need to stop focusing on President Trump's tax returns. Don't hold up the Choice Act. Let's move this legislation forward so we can go back home and tell our constituents that we've actually done something to create jobs, to free up the regulatory burden that's undermining our economy, and we are justified in accepting our salary as members of Congress. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further debate on the amendment? Gentleman from Michigan, for what reason do you seek recognition?
Strike last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Capuano, but before I do that, let me just, in plain English, make my position clear on this. This makes no sense that we would not adopt this amendment unless people are of the view that the rules that apply to everyone else in government, a member of Congress, for example, ought not apply to the President of the United States, and that we can simply ignore obvious conflicts and allow him to continue to take the position that he doesn't have to tell us anything. In this notion somehow that because, despite losing the popular vote, Mr. Trump won the electoral vote, he's the President of the United States, I fully acknowledge that somehow we have to simply throw up our hands and say everything he wants, he gets. Anything he wants to do, he can do. Any lie he wants to tell, he can get away with. Any foreign dictator, despot that he wants to embrace, it's fine with us. That's pathetic. We ought to reject that. And with that, I yield to Mr. I think I was sort of channeling Mr. Capuano, and so I will yield to him.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. I just want to address a couple of the comments that have been made along the line. First of all, I have not called for the president to be impeached. As a matter of fact, I have publicly called that he not be impeached at this point in time. He's done nothing impeachable that I know of. And that, believe it or not, has actually gotten me a little trouble at home. Some of my colleagues and my constituents would like me to do that. I have not called for this president to be a failure. Publicly and again today, I will clearly state, I want this president to be a success. I want to be the greatest president in the history of this country, because if he is, it's good for all of us. Unlike what my Republican colleagues did when President Obama was elected, the very first thing they said is our job, our primary job, is to ensure that he's a failure. I would love to have this president be a success. As far as the definition of direct benefits, the Office of Government Ethics knows the difference, And everybody here knows the difference between general benefits to the community and direct benefits. After everything's said and done, I actually heard the other side make the argument for me. Oh, he's filed all these forms. There's no question. Everything's done. And by the way, if anybody wants to, he can exempt the president. This isn't targeted just at him. This is targeted at anybody who's in a position to influence these issues for their own personal benefit, and it will be in place for a Democrat when we take over, which will happen at some point. But if he's already done all these things and there's no problem, the Office of Government Ethics will have this done in 15 minutes. What's the problem? I expect that they will. I said earlier, and I'll say it again, I have questions, but I don't think there's a problem because I trust when the president says he has no conflict of interest. I have no proof that he doesn't. It sounds like you think he does, and you don't want anybody to see it. And that, to me, is a problem. When people complain too much about ethics problems, it raises questions, of which I don't have the answers. So if everything's done, we have this doesn't create a new bureaucracy. The Office of Government Ethics is in place. It doesn't create a new law. All it says is they are entitled to do their job. It doesn't create a new basis to file a lawsuit. It doesn't have anything to do with the president's or anybody else's tax returns. It's a conflict of interest. We are held to those standards. The president is held to those standards. And on this particular bill that's going to reallow the recreation of Wild West Wall Street, I think it's a fair question. And we have so many people in this administration who come from Wall Street who clearly would benefit from this if they're still active. And again, I take people at their word. I hope and believe that they're telling the truth, that they've resolved themselves from this. What's the problem? If that's all the case and they have filed the appropriate forms, then the Office of Government Ethics can rubber stamp this and say, it's already done, this law can take effect immediately. Honestly, when you protest something like this too much, it raises more questions about what are you trying to hide than it answers. With that, I thank the gentleman for yielding and yield back the time that he has yielded me.
I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All members are once again reminded to refrain from the use of personalities directed at any member of Congress, the President, or the Vice President. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Move to strike the last words.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I was looking at the calendar, I was reminded that it was 4 months ago today that the freshman class, which I began, was sworn in. So we came here with an optimistic mindset, and we still have that, but it feels in this moment, in this debate, that we have entered the world's slowest car chase. This chamber, I have to remind myself, is not the one with the filibuster. But in this debate, I don't want us to lose sight. I think that's part of the tactics of these amendments, Mr. Chairman, that we lose sight of what we came to do. The financial choice does two main things, and I want to remind those who are viewing or listening of the two main things that it's supposed to do. The first, it allows those institutions, banks, to opt out of Dodd-Frank. My colleague from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, mentioned this earlier. They can opt out if they have enough capital requirements. If they hold 10%, cash on hand, if you will, capital requirements, they can be relieved of the over-regulatory burden of Dodd-Frank or Basel III. And what that does is it acts like a shock absorber. If you drive a car without shocks, you know that all roads aren't smooth. So we need those shock absorbers because the economic road certainly isn't smooth. The banks that had 10%, 98% of those banks and financial institutions survived during the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. And those that remember that that was the ones with the 10%. If you think about a bank in my district back in North Carolina, Blue Harbor Bank, a small startup, one of the rare ones in the last several years, because we've lost so many startups, and we just don't have any more, it seems. Only a handful per year across our whole country. But Blue Harbor Bank in Mooresville keeps a capital requirement of about 15%, 50% more than would even be required here. So why do they keep 15% rather than 10 or less? I mean, they could use that for loans. But they realize that the federal government is not coming to bail them out if something goes wrong. So they need that economic shock absorber. There are no bailouts under Dodd-Frank, and that brings under a Financial Choice 2.0. But that brings us to the next thing. And there was a slide that we would show, I believe, when we opened up this debate. And the slide said growth for all and bailouts for none. We allow banks and financial institutions to have the same option if they get into trouble that small businesses and large businesses and individuals in this country have had for years, and that is the option of bankruptcy. If one of those small businesses, individuals, or large businesses get into trouble, the court system can work out their challenges. Creditors can be made whole, depositors can be made whole, shareholders can be made whole. It's a bad situation, but it's the best, and it's much better than bailouts. I want us to remember that that would even become unlikely if the capital requirements of 10% or greater are held. So I want to think about the other side of what Dodd-Frank has done to hurt us. Think about those who are most in need of economic mobility, those who most need free checking. That's almost completely vanished. Minimum required balances are up by 165%. Monthly fees are also up by 111%, and those are people that need every dime. 1 million of these people have come out of the banking system. So essentially, we have sawed off the bottom rung of the ladder of economic mobility with Dodd-Frank. Well-intended. Most laws from this place are well-intended, but this has hurt us greatly. And the longer we debate, the longer we delay with these amendments, which seem more of a distraction than amendments, Mr. Chairman, then the longer it takes for those most in need in our country to get back on their firm footing. So I hope, Mr. Chairman, that we would move towards financial choice, and I would encourage my colleagues on this side, of course, as we do, but our colleagues on the other side to support it as well. And I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, you pick up the paper like today, and headline, Trump business politics collide again. Goes on to describe how the president and his daughter Ivanka Trump were in Manila and doing business there. And the current leader of Philippines is a man who openly brags not just about killing people extrajudicially, but he has said he did it himself. He murdered people and boasted about it. Interesting behavior. I think that ethics is really, really critical here. We've got to make sure that that we have the most ethical country we can possibly have. It's why the people of this country believe in us. It's what they believe makes our country great, if that is a phrase I can use for now. And look, you know, the spotty and checkered history of the Trump administration is something we better all really be concerned about. Let's just talk about Mr. Flynn. He misled the administration officials and the vice president about communications he had with the Russian ambassador. This harms the American people because that made him vulnerable to blackmail by a hostile foreign power. This harms the American people because it makes the U.S. vulnerable. The issue is not that he had a conversation with representatives of a hostile foreign power, in this case Russia. The issue is whether he was truthful about the conversation. That's the issue. You know, and the fact is that, you know, a lack of candor and straightforwardness harms the American people. We need to be able to trust our administration and trust that members of the administration are working in our best interests. You know, not remembering what was said and whether it was properly reported up the chain isn't a quality we need or want in a position as important as National Security Advisor. So, you know, again, here we are. We have to insist that we have ethics in government. We have to insist that the director of the government ethics review this act and determine whether this act and the amendments made by this act directly benefit the president or anyone connected to him, because we have seen real difficulty. Is the warm, fuzzy treatment that the leader of the Philippines has received from our president, despite his outrageous human rights record, a product of business connections? What's going on with Flynn? We still don't actually know. I mean, Manafort, let's talk about him. Former Trump campaign manager and victim of a blackmail attempt, vulnerable to blackmail because of his ties to Russia, working for a pro-Russian Ukrainian president. Allegations rise up that he has paid millions illegally and his daughter has called it blood money. I mean, the fact is, you know, Sessions, our own attorney general, testified under oath during the Senate confirmation hearing for AG that he didn't have communications with the Russians, but evidence has shown that he did speak to Russian ambassador twice during the time that intelligence officials have said Russia was interfering with the presidential election. I mean, my own senator asked him directly, you know, have you had any contact? He volunteered that he had none, and yet he did have it. So, I mean, we have got to have a real office that helps to make sure that that honesty and fair dealing and ethical behavior is at the forefront of how we do business. The China trademark issue, very concerning to me. Donald Trump applied for the rights to a trademark Trump in China a decade ago, and after announcing publicly he intended to adhere to a one China policy, China announced his trademark was approved. Suddenly, Trump has 49 pending trademarks that could also receive favorable treatment in Chinese courts. There's no evidence that there was an outright quid pro quo in exchange for the trademark, but the timing is suspicious. Let me just say, corruption is a very serious problem. It erodes countries. You look at a nation that has a problem with corruption, you will have a problem with economic development, trust, civic engagement, and everything else. I urge support of the Capuano amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm a former prosecutor, and I would actually be able to just use my colleague's comments as an opening or a closing to make the point for me of what this is really all about. There are people all across our entire country, including members of Congress, who have pledged to resist, persist, oppose, obstruct this president entirely because they say that by working with this president at all, that they will normalize his presidency. Mr. Chair, while the President of the United States had his hand on the Bible getting sworn in, the parade route from the Capitol to the White House was filled with people holding signs that said, "Impeach him now." Mr. Chair, we have members of this committee on the other side of the aisle suggesting the President of the United States should be impeached before committing any impeachable offenses. This is about...
Would the gentleman care to yield just for a quick question? Very quick.
Yes.
So, you familiar with the emoluments clause in the Constitution? Don't you think that on the day the president was sworn in that there was at least a colorable question about whether he had violated it on the moment he swore his oath? I yield back to you.
Well, I appreciate that, and I don't believe, though, as I listen to my friend's comments speaking about this amendment, talking about foreign policy, and as I'm listening to it, trying to figure out what the connection is between the United States of America's foreign policy with certain foreign countries, and here we are we're debating the future of Dodd-Frank, of the Choice Act, of providing more opportunities for my constituents to be able to purchase a home or a car or have access to a free checking account, or for a small business in my district to be able to gain access to capital in order to be able to grow. And an amendment is filed, and to back it up, we're talking about the President of the United States foreign policy, where when Dodd-Frank got introduced, there was no amendment like this introduced. As a matter of fact, while we are here, the former President of the United States, who's just weeks off of leaving his post in the White House, is getting paid several $100,000 per speech by Wall Street to line his own pockets. And here we are, we're talking about a benefit given directly to the President of the United States. Where's the outrage? Where's the outrage when the nominee running against President Trump is lining her campaign coffers with Wall Street money? All the Wall Street money is going towards Hillary Clinton, not Donald Trump. Where was that debate when Dodd-Frank was being implemented then? Where is the outrage now when you see your own party benefiting, whether it's campaign coffers or personally lining pockets with paid speeches? If you want to be genuine and sincere, Mr. Chair, about these causes we advocate for, what inspired Dodd-Frank in the first place, then if you're going to go out and demand $400,000 from Wall Street for a paid speech, that money should be donated directly to that individual who is standing on that food line. That individual who needs money, who needs clothes, who needs food in order to survive. I think it's a great cause. For the former president to go grab $400,000 a speech from one bank to the next and then donate all of it towards all those causes that he so claims, that our friends on the other side of the aisle claims is the inspiration for Dodd-Frank in the first place. As for the rest of us who actually want the president, and I appreciate Mr. Capuano's remarks, because I didn't vote for Barack Obama, but he was my president. I want Donald Trump to succeed because I'm an American. It's because I want my country to succeed. I was elected to the state senate at the time, same time Andrew Cuomo was elected governor of the state of New York. I'm a different party than him, but I said in introducing him at events that his success is our success as New Yorkers. But one thing after next, I see my colleagues on the other side doing everything in their power to try to undermine this president, and it's wrong. Let's get back to protecting and fighting for the American people. I yield back.
Time of the gentleman has expired. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Like the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would yield to the ranking member such time as she may consume.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Ms. Moore. There are several things. All of this talk about members on this side of the aisle calling for the impeachment of President Trump without him having demonstrated that he has violated the law in any way that would cause you to cause for his impeachment. Let me be clear. I have indicated very clearly that there should be investigations of this president and his allies for the hacking of the DNC and for hacking other members of Congress. There should be investigations to find out whether or not this president colluded with Putin and the Kremlin to undermine our elections process. And what I have said is this: if they connect the dots, if they have the facts that will show that there was collusion, he should be impeached. And I will say that over and over again. If he partook in undermining our democracy, he should be impeached. And I don't shy away from that for anything or anybody. Further, let me say that because of this amendment, I had started to talk about conflicts of interest. I did not have time to talk about all of them, and no one on this committee will have time to talk about all of the possible conflicts because there's so many. But let me continue with a few. The Sioux tribes and allies had protested for months. They were protesting to prevent the Dakota Access Pipeline from being built under water supplies near the Standing Rock Reservation. Trump had a partial investment, somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million, in the parent company of the firm building Dakota Access Pipeline, Energy Transfers Partners. Trump campaign spokesman Hope Hicks says Mr. Trump has sold his stock in Energy Transfer Partners, but another one of Trump's stock holdings, Phillips 66, owns a 25% share in the project. It needs to be investigated. I told you about Deutsche Bank, the FCC. The president has another job title beyond commander-in-chief, executive producer. He will continue to have a big stake in The Celebrity Apprentice, which airs on NBC, linking Mr. Trump's business interests with the network. Further, on the 3rd of November, the National Labor Relations Board ruled that Trump International Hotel, Las Vegas, which Trump co-owns, broke the law by refusing to negotiate with the hotel workers' union. It goes on and on and on. And it speaks not only to the domestic potential problems, but it talks about the foreign holdings in Argentina, in Brazil, in Canada, in China, and on and on and on. And so for those of you who pretend there's no reason to be concerned about this president, that somehow we're just picking on this president, that he has done nothing wrong, that there appears to be no conflict of interest, you are wrong. And it is not just members of this committee, it is not just Democrats. I am going to enter into the record, and I ask unanimous consent to do so, a 6-part series that's developed by the Los Angeles Times entitled, Our Dishonest President, Why Trump Lies, Trump's Authoritarian Vision, Trump's War on Journalism,
Without
California
objection.
Fights Back. And so, Mr. Chairman and members, this is a straightforward amendment, and it simply says, members, take a look. If you can deal with making sure that he's not benefiting from any of this public policy that we're involved with. No, I will not. Then you should do that. This amendment simply says that as members of Congress developing public policy, you have a responsibility to make sure that this president is not benefiting. You just a moment ago, sir, tried to defend the fact that he had not shown his tax returns. Why isn't he showing his tax returns? That would help us to understand whether or not he's benefiting from any of our work. I yield back the balance of my time.
Time of the gentlelady has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, as I was sitting here listening to the exchanges going on during this debate of this amendment, I was beginning to think, what if someone out there watching television, watching the closed circuit here, just turned on this markup and was listening to what we were saying here? They would wonder if they were listening to another committee. This has nothing to do with fixing one of the greatest wrongs that has been done to the American people in modern history. We're here talking about fixing a solution, a problem that the government created itself. But look, Mr. Chairman, since I've been on this committee, I learned a word that I had not really ever used before in my entire career. in public service, the state level, or even in business, and the word is dilatory. But it fits right into what's going on here. Dilatory is a tactic to delay. And it fits right in with Politics 101 that we all learn when we campaign. If you don't have a plan, just talk, and then talk louder than the other guy. If you get backed into a corner, then just come out fighting. And if you don't have an answer, pivot. Mr. Chairman, it looks like we're pivoting here. We're talking about something that has nothing to do with atrocities of organizations that were set up by Dodd-Frank, like the CFPB. If you want to talk about ethical, let's talk about the ethics of setting up an agency that violates the very tenets of the Constitution and the separation of powers. This bill fixes that wrong. A wrong that has given an agency the power to make law, which apparently Congress decided to give up that power that was given to us by the Constitution. We set up an organization that can make the law. It enforces the law without any oversight, financial oversight, or any reasonable oversight by this body, without any direction by the President of the United States. The director can't even be removed, and then restrictions on the judicial branch to even adjudicate causes that were brought against the agency. These are the types of things that we should be talking about. These are the types of things the American people want us to be talking about. How do we fix the problem? Like in my state of Georgia, who lost more banks than any other state in the union. During the financial crisis, we have counties today, Mr. Chairman, that have no bank branch whatsoever because of the restrictions of Dodd-Frank have made it impossible for someone to create a new community bank, which many small businesses rely upon, and we're seeing businesses struggling, growing. I have story after story from my district and even have experienced myself how challenging it is for a small business to actually get the financing, the access to capital that they need to grow a business or even start a business. Somewhere today in rural America is a young man or young woman who's an innovator, who wants to be an entrepreneur, who may have created the next app, the next Uber, or the next Airbnb, but they cannot get this dream, they cannot get this idea to fruition because they can't access capital. And in Georgia, they very well may be in a county that does not have a bank branch at all. Why? Because of the fallacies of this law. Mr. Chairman, I wish dilatory is a word I never learned, but it seems to be the tactics that are being used by part of this committee to delay us and stall us from actually doing something that is desperately needed for the consumers of this nation, and that is this Choice Act. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Does any member seek recognition? If not, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Massachusetts. All those in favor shall say aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay, in the opinion of the chair, the nays appear to have it, the nays have it, and the amendment is not adopted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered. And pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Is there further amendment or discussion? Does any member seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentle lady from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
We will pause and allow the amendment. I'm sorry, number 7?
Yes, sir.
We will pause and allow more number 7 to be distributed.
Oh, no.
Amendment 7.
I don't think we have that one. This seems very similar, though. This one's called 17.
Okay, it's probably, yeah, okay.
Have all members received a copy of the amendment? I'm sorry, apparently the amendment is 17, correct?
Right.
Okay, amendment number 17. Have all members,
I have two.
the upper left-hand corner should say more 17. Has anybody not received a copy of more 17? If all members have received a copy, the clerk will...
It is not exactly the same. It really is not. No.
We'll pause for a moment and allow the gentlelady to find the correct amendment.
07 has more, it defines the agencies. Are we combining them? Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. You were combining yours and mine.
No, mine's different. Mine's on tax returns.
We had it ordered that this should be about not having meetings on town property.
Yeah, but it also
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to move on until the clerks can get it straight, because it's not exactly the same. 17 is not.
Okay, for the moment, then, the gentlelady withdraws the amendment. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Had or have?
I have an amendment at the desk.
We'll pause and allow the amendment to be distributed. Is there any member who has not received a copy of the amendment? Have all members received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will report.
Amendment offered by Mr. Perlmutter. Insert after Section 1 the following. Section 2, rulemaking certification. No federal department or agency may adopt, revise, or repeal any rule or regulation pursuant to this act unless such department or agency certifies at the time of such adoption, revision, or repeal that such action does not directly or indirectly benefit any creditor listed in the tax returns for the 7 previous years of the president or any company in which the president owns a controlling interest.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you. It's straightforward. No rulemaking until there is a determination, no conflicts of interest based upon 7 years of tax returns. We've had this discussion sort of in the prior amendment by Mr. Capuano. It is important that we know, and we had a long conversation about the fiduciary duty rule. And my friends on the Republican side of the aisle said there's no question, we always want to know what is in the best interests of the customer. The question was whether it should be the Department of Labor or the SEC that managed that particular issue. Well, we need to know that the president is operating in the best interests of the citizens of America. And until we know the different business interests that he has that may be shown in his tax returns, we're not going to know whether the executive branch, led by the President of the United States, is operating in a way that is in the best interests of the citizens of America. And I know Mr. Trott, in particular, said, well, the people knew on November 8th that the President had yet to turn over his tax returns. Well, that's not any basis for determining whether or not there's a conflict of interest as to whether decisions are made in the best interests of all of us Americans. And so it's a simple amendment. It's one that is straightforward. And I think it is something that should be added to the Chairman's Choice Act. It will make the bill better than it is right now. And just as an aside to my friend from Arkansas, and another of the Republican members talked about the fact that there aren't very many banks being formed today, and we're losing some banks or other financial institutions. I would suggest that it has nothing to do with Dodd-Frank, that in fact it has to do more with branch banking, which was as a result of part of a repeal of the Glass-Steagall legislation. And that branch banking is something that has led to efficiency in the banking world, and you don't have nearly as many standalone banks as a result of having branch banking. And so I would suggest to my friends that they take a look at that if in fact they're worried that there aren't enough new banks being formed or old banks are merging into other institutions. And with that, Mr. Chair, I certainly do move my amendment, and I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I perked up in my root beer when Arkansas's name was called out. So when we hear from Colorado, it's fantastic. We encourage you, when you're not in Maine, to vacation in Arkansas. I believe you'll find that the nationwide branching provision was in Dodd-Frank. And so the number of branches outstanding and the number of branches has been relatively constant. The number of banks is what's shrunk. And the reason the number of banks has shrunk is prospects for making a profit in that business, transferring that ownership under the rules in a rural market where a lot of these individual banks are located.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'll yield.
So I'd say to my friend that branch banking was authorized in the 90s, early 90s, as part of repeal of one of the sections of Glass-Steagall, which did not allow for branch banking, said that every single bank had to have its own officers and directors and its own capital structure, which was changed in the early 90s, and I don't remember exactly what the act was, but I certainly can get that for my friend. I'd yield back to him.
The gentleman can't reserve. He can yield. Would you care to
I'll
yield
yield back. I'll be back in touch with you.
Would you care to yield to this? Would you care to yield to the chairman?
I would yield to the chairman.
Well, I thank the gentleman for yielding. So up until the last two amendments, this had been a fairly substantive markup for this committee. I was wondering when the messaging amendments from my friends on the other side would come out, and apparently it is that time of day. And I must admit, I would be tempted, I suppose, if I was on the other side of the aisle, if I had a choice to either defend Dodd-Frank or try to attack the President of the United States. Maybe I would be tempted by the latter, finding the former, to be almost mission impossible. So again, we know that many of my friends on the other side of the aisle, I'm not speaking of the gentleman from Colorado, have called for the president's impeachment before he was even inaugurated. We know that. Many of my friends on the other side of the aisle continue to want to relitigate an election that their candidate lost. Their candidate lost, undermining our democracy under this Constitution. Donald J. Trump won in the Electoral College. He is the President of the United States. I know that is difficult for my friends to accept. You know, I wasn't thrilled when Barack Obama was elected president, but you know what? He was always my president. And notwithstanding, I had opportunities in many town hall meetings in the 5th District of Texas to agree with many who called for his impeachment. I did not, because I read the Constitution, which has something to do with bribery and treason and high crimes and misdemeanors. No, I respected the former president, notwithstanding the fact I did not support him, I did not vote for him, and I more frequently agreed with a broken clock than I ever did President Barack Obama. But yet my friends on the other side of the aisle continue to wish to undermine him, continue to wish to offer these less than veiled threats about impeachment. And again, if I had a choice, perhaps I would prefer to do that than to defend Dodd-Frank, the law that is directly responsible for us having lagging economic growth to where middle-income Americans have not received a pay increase in almost a decade, whose savings have still yet to recover from the great financial crisis that in many respects was helped to be precipitated by my friends on the other side of the aisle who wanted to roll the dice in the first place for so-called affordable housing and putting people into homes they couldn't afford to keep. So I was wondering when the messaging amendments would come out. I guess it was roughly noon on Wednesday. Perhaps we will see them for the rest of the afternoon. Look forward to debating each and every one. I thank the gentleman from Arkansas for yielding. Who seeks time? For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Well, I'd like to actually start out, if I could, with a brief parliamentary inquiry.
The gentleman would state his inquiry.
Yeah, your reference to the broken clock reminded me that the debt clock, which we have been watching for years now, seems to have been disappeared. And I was wondering if there is an intention to continue displaying that while the majority controls the time, or whether the debt clock is no longer...
Well, the gentleman is not stating a proper parliamentary inquiry, but if the gentleman would yield to me, I assure you, if the gentleman would like to see the national debt clock, he can see it on his time, and you will certainly see it on our time when we choose to display it.
All right, well, certainly. And then, in that case, then I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
All right. Well, I'd like to, return to the issue that's underlying this this amendment. When I personally entered politics, I decided that I would, in the interest of not casting votes that affected my net worth, to have my partners buy me out of a business that I'd started when I was 19 years old, but was a huge part of my life. Simply because when important decisions have to be made by the federal government, the people have a right to know that the people are not voting or in the executive not acting in their self-interest. And so, for example, when we all had to vote on the stimulus, our company makes most of the theater lighting equipment in the United States, and I'm sure if you looked at where all the stimulus money was spent, if you followed it down, you'd find some went to a civic center that somehow purchased some equipment from our company. And I did not want to be anywhere near that. And the standard that I personally set for myself, which is wasn't mandatory or anything else, is so far from the standard of disclosure and of apparent conflicts of interest that are being set by the president and his administration, that I think that really this is an issue that has to come up until it's resolved. And this is, I think, the amendment here, I think, is a very appropriate way to bring that up. I support this amendment because we simply do not understand the benefits that may inure to the administration, the president personally or members of his staff, from the deregulation in the Choice Act. The president has not disclosed his tax returns, and so we do not understand fully his potential conflicts of interest. What we do know from a single tax form that has become public is that the alternative minimum tax significantly increased his tax liability in 2005, and so it's interesting whether or not the bill that he may or may not sign to do tax reform will personally benefit him, and to what extent. What we do know from the White House's one-pager on tax reform is the AMT is planned to be repealed, providing a massive windfall, apparently, for the president. And so the question we have to ask is, what else might this administration look to Congress to change that might personally benefit the president? You know, I raised the debt clock at the beginning of my remarks because I agree that we need to address it, but I think that we need a full accounting of where it actually came from. Massive tax cuts for the wealthy and the wars that were paid for with the debt turned the surplus of $200 billion a year that existed when President Clinton left office into the largest deficit in our nation's history, over $1.5 trillion when President Bush left office 8 years later. And the massive tax cuts for the wealthy were a huge part of this. And so now when this administration proposes some of the same policies that created these huge structural deficits and led to the current levels of debt that we're trying to figure out how to deal with, I think it's very important that when these important decisions are made, that we not have to worry about massive and secret conflicts of interest that may occur when the president has to decide whether to sign things. So a return to the financial deregulatory policy that we're talking about here will dramatically increase the risk of another financial crisis, which of course was the other big driver of the massive deficits that we're trying to figure out how to deal with here. And if these are accompanied by really insufficient guarantees that sufficient capital will be held to protect taxpayers from additional bailouts, I think that really multiplies the risk here. So the economic and regulatory policies of the majority in the House and this administration seem designed really to benefit billionaires in this administration and leaving American workers holding the bag once again. So I urge adoption of this amendment so that it will be made public when conflicts of interest exist before the deregulatory provisions contemplated in this bill are signed by the president and go into effect, and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, it was kind of interesting, you know, as Chairman mentioned a minute ago, we seem to have done a good job of kind of staying on message, but so far today from the other side with their amendments, you know, I was trying to take a look at them here. We've done some CFPB amendments, especially started with UDAP authority, fiduciary rule, and one dealt with foreclosures, and now we've had 2 political ones, which tells me that we probably got a pretty good bill, Mr. Chairman. We spent now somewhere around 15 and 16 hours, something like that, 18 hours maybe. And so far, we've only got 2 or 3 areas of the entire 600-page bill that seem to have some problems with it. So I think we're on the right track. I think we've got a good bill here. And hopefully, we'll be able to get their support on the other side to be able to pass this in a nice bipartisan fashion because but it's disappointing to me that we have the last 2 amendments, and especially the gentleman who offered them. Mr. Capuano and Mr. Perlmutter, in my mind, are 2 of the more thoughtful members on the other side that I certainly have the utmost respect for. They always seem to be open-minded enough to be able to to discuss issues with, but to see this amendment the last amendment, and now this one, which are strictly partisan witch hunts to try and denigrate the president. This constant barrage of the drumbeat of having to see the president's tax returns is quite frankly, sort of silly in my mind from the standpoint that it makes a great soundbite, but those folks that happen to be watching this proceeding, Mr. Chairman, for their information, you can get a whole lot more information about one of us, the elected officials, as well as the president's financial information if you just go to our financial disclosure forms. That tells you all of the transactions and who owns what and the percentage of what, in rough terms, of everything that we have, which is a whole lot more information you're going to get from a tax return. Go talk to a tax accountant. We've got several in our body here. Ask them, which one would you rather look at to see what kind of activities one of us is involved in? And they'll tell you, the financial disclosure form. And yet that's not what we're looking at here. Again, it's a roundabout way to get the tax returns of the president for a soundbite for the 6 o'clock news, especially because he's someone who has extensive holdings. He's someone who is unique from that standpoint, who's never been in office to have the kind of wealth and the breadth of wealth that he has. But it's a typical kind of mudslinging that goes on. Hope that some of it sticks on the wall so that you kind of wind up with some sort of something you attach to. And it's interesting because we have just a finite amount of time to discuss these amendments, and yet here we are winding down to somewhere around 10 hours left here probably, and we're discussing political issues rather than the bill itself. But I wanted to address another comment, excuse me, that was made by the previous speaker, gentleman from Illinois, with regards to capital levels, and I know that the gentleman from Arkansas had extensive discussion a minute ago on that. And it is important. The capital level portion of this bill that relieves community banks in particular from a lot of the onerous portions of Dodd-Frank is extremely important to them. This is why this was included in there, and I know we on our side have had a lot of discussions on this, and we've had a number of hearings on this. And we had a hearing just recently in my committee, the financial institutions, with regards to this, that the banks are clamoring for this. They need the relief from this. The costs to comply with the provisions of Dodd-Frank are quite onerous. I'll give you a quick example. In my state, at the end of 2015, we had 44 banks under 50 million. Now, that's a little bitty guys. But at the end of the day, they all service a community. And 26 of those lost money in 2015. In 2016, the numbers are a little bit better. But the bottom line is that they can't spread those costs out, and they are endangered from the standpoint of being able to survive. And so if you raise the capital levels up to 10%, statistics show that the banks that were capitalized during the recession survived, and they will survive in a recession. And 10%, while that's a compromised position, is sufficient enough to make that happen. So I think that the gentleman from Arkansas had it exactly right. This is a great provision within this bill. It's not going to endanger. In fact, it will help preserve banks. It will help them lower the cost of operations so they can better compete with their bigger brothers on a more level playing field. And by doing that, that will enhance them to be able to financially be able to afford the things they need to do, which provide services at an affordable price to their customers and their communities. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Time of the gentleman has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield time to Mr. Perlmutter.
Thank you. And a couple things. First, if I could enter into the record a letter dated March 7th, 2016 from Morgan Lewis Bacchius concerning Mr. Trump's, President
Without
Trump's,
objection.
Tax returns. And in that letter, one of the sentences, because you operate these businesses almost exclusively through sole proprietorships or closely held partnerships, your personal federal income tax returns are inordinately large and complex for an individual. And it goes through, which taxes are being reviewed by the IRS, which ones aren't, which ones are closed. So I'd say to my friend from Missouri, question and to the chairman concerning whether this is message or something that really pertains to this bill. And I think it definitely pertains to the bill because President Trump, as a businessman, has dealings all around the world, and one of those dealings is with Deutsche Bank. And apparently, Deutsche Bank is one of the largest creditors of the president, and there is an attempt now to restructure some $300 million in debt. And the question is whether there will remain a personal guarantee or not. And so those are business dealings, I get it, but at the end of the day, the question is there some attempt, some effort to benefit a bank, whether it's through this legislation or something else, that would not be in the best interests of America? And I think that that is the purpose of the amendment that I've presented. That is the purpose of the conflicts of interest amendment that Mr. Capuano has presented and some others. And my friends may describe it as message, but it goes to the heart of how you operate a government. And my friend from Minnesota, Mr. Ellison, talked about the surest way to destroy an economy, to upset a government, is to have conflicts of interest and the possibility of corruption. All I'm asking in this amendment is that there be disclosure, that those tax returns be disclosed before we take any new regulatory steps with respect to the banks. And with that, I'd yield back to my friend from Minnesota.
So, reclaiming my time, I don't want to go long on this because I agree with Mr. Perlmutter, and I think he's stated the case well. I just want to remind my friends, this issue of these release of tax returns is not a political issue. This is something the presidential candidates have been doing since the 70s. This is something this president promised to do on numerous occasions. We now have a tax proposal that conceivably would benefit him personally. And I don't think it's too much to ask to say, keep your promise, maintain the precedent that's been set. Honestly, I have to be actually quite candid with my friends. I'm surprised that we don't have more bipartisan support on this issue. He told your voters he was going to disclose, not ours. You're right. We were never voting for him, and that's true. But we do love our country. He is our president. I personally hope he does well. Not off to a good start so far. He could, but this thing with the taxes, I mean, honestly, I don't know why we can't get some bipartisan unity on this particular point. We sat through some lectures yesterday about how we're delegating our authority as Congress to an unelected body and so on and so forth. Well, who's yielding their authority now when we could bring some real accountability to a situation where there really should be so much more. And I'm done, and I'll yield to Mr. Foster.
I just want to make one point related to this recurring theme that the election is over. In fact, the election restarted within a week of the president's inauguration when he refiled his papers for re-election. So the election continues, and every candidate for the president of the United States can and should make his tax returns public. That was my point. Yield back.
And I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Missouri seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With all due respect, I too would like to get back to the underlying purpose of this markup, which is getting back to the Choice Act. With all due respect to my friends on the other side of the aisle, the election did in fact end. President Trump won with an overwhelming majority. And I will say this to my friend, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Ellison, who also happens to be the co-chairman of the Democrat National Committee, that indeed these amendments are very political and off topic, and the American people deserve much, much better, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, nearly 7 years ago, The 2,300-page Dodd-Frank bill was signed into law, and almost 22,000 pages of regulatory text later, American families and our U.S. economy are struggling under its crushing weight. The weight of regulation that has limited the ability of households to access credit and for small businesses to obtain financing. Instead of helping out Main Street under Dodd-Frank, the big banks have gotten only bigger, and Washington has grown more powerful, taking away the personal freedoms and making the financial decisions for all American people out of Washington, not with where it belongs, with the American people. I have a note here and a quote I'd like to enter into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
From Laura, from the First Community Credit Union in Chesterfield, Missouri, in my home district. And she says, I quote, "We recently had a member apply for a home mortgage because he was ready to downsize. He has always had a mortgage with us and a good job with the same company for 15 years. He took a different role at his company, one that was less physically demanding, and he could still easily afford the house with his credit was perfect. But because of the CFPB regulations and changes to his income, and his mortgage was not a, quote, qualified mortgage by CFPB arbitrary standards. Our choices were to deny the loan or proceed without our safe harbor. And in the interest of our long-term member, we did the loan for him." But she goes on to say, "But why should it be this way?" Laura from First Community Credit Union in Chesterfield, Missouri wants to know why she can't give, under the CFPB rules, her member of good standing with credit that was perfect, a home mortgage loan. Mr. Chairman, moving on to community banks. They were at the White House with President Trump just the day before yesterday, asking for relief from these burdensome regulations. They're tired of shuttering their community banks and being gobbled up by big banks out there. Statistics, according to the FDIC reporting data, there were 7,658 banks, 7,658 banks in the U.S. in 2010, and only 5,980 banks at the end of 2016. Since Dodd-Frank was enacted, less than one bank charter has been granted per year. So, Mr. Chairman, I've given you anecdotes and information and data that proves why the Choice Act is necessary, why this repeal and replacement of Dodd-Frank, and why people in my constituents in the Missouri 2nd District and across America are begging for us to put an end to these overly burdensome rules and regulations so that they, in fact, and all American families and small businesses who have been hurting for so very long can have the kind of personal freedom to make their own financial decisions, to get a home loan, to grow their business, to, in fact, realize the American dream. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Time of the gentlelady has expired. The chair wishes to advise all members that votes are currently taking place on the floor. The committee will reconvene immediately after floor votes have concluded. The committee stands in recess. The committee will come to order. Who seeks recognition? Does any person on the minority side seek recognition? It's the turn of the minority side. If not, for what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's assume, arguendo, that the gentleman from Minnesota is correct when he says that this amendment is not political. Let's assume that's just a legitimate disagreement regarding the president's transparency. The question still remains then, why are the Democrats trying to use the tax return controversy to hold up consideration of the Choice Act? The Choice Act is legislation to address real problems with real solutions. Now, I need to remind everyone it was just a month or so ago that Chair Yellen appeared before this committee, and she told us that the regulatory burden created over the last several years is in fact slowing our economy. So that's what the Choice Act is all about, trying to address economic growth in this country. To me, this whole discussion really is just a whole lot of sour grapes. For some inexplicable reason, the Democrats nominated the wrong person, and they need to come to grips with that and get on with solving the problems facing our country. I realize that so far, as has already been mentioned, that everything is being tried to slow down the success of this presidency. I think his cabinet just got confirmed, slowest in recent history. Bringing up this amendment as an example, insofar as it's completely irrelevant to the underlying legislation. I recommend that for people to have some questions, why don't you start with the thousands of pages of financial disclosure that the president has filed, because we need to get about the nation's business of addressing our budget in North Korea and the Affordable Care Act collapsing and infrastructure and the Choice Act, which really does address some serious problems in this country. Instead of offering amendments about tax returns, we should be working on some of the stories I've heard from constituents. A business owner in my district said, "We run a small family business. Bank lending is more expensive with far greater paperwork. Between it and Obamacare, I've not expanded my business. Kill both." Or maybe we should work on trying to figure out why the CFPB wants to nullify arbitration clauses. A constituent in my district says this is a massive pickpocket scheme by lawyers that will raise consumer prices on all products and services. If people have been harmed, then arbitration is the best way to actually receive payment for damages rather than getting pennies after it is run through the courts while the lawyers gets millions. Why are my friends so focused on trying to create a bureaucracy to give career people jobs and to line the pockets of lawyers? Or the most recent problem I heard when I went home was from a mortgage lender. We have experienced a spike in loan declines to women. Further investigation identified that women attempting to buy the family home to settle their divorce and stabilize their family were being declined at a high rate due to Dodd-Frank qualified mortgage rules and the ability to repay rules.
The gentleman will suspend. If staff could shut the doors, please. Gentleman may proceed.
In these cases, the loan-to-value ratio would be satisfactory. However, the mom may not have been working prior to the divorce. Previously, we have written these loans, understanding that she would be able to re-enter the workforce, recognizing that she will do what is necessary to keep the house and her kids in the school system. Great job, Dodd and Frank. You really did help consumers. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
The gentleman from Colorado, for whom I have a great deal of respect, introduced this amendment by calling it straightforward. I'm going to agree with him on that. It is straightforward. It's straightforward into politics. And it's consistent with the ranking member's chant, I think, at a podium where she said, "Impeach 45." If that's not a call for impeachment, I don't know what is. Understand the premise of the Choice Act. Yesterday, we had a great discussion on the impact of Dodd-Frank on economic growth and all that entails. We contend on our side, Mr. Chairman, that the stranglehold of Washington regulations has been very harmful to economic growth. We've discussed the loss of financial services to consumers, the shuttering of community banks, the loans not made, the jobs not created, the wages not increased. I also mentioned the threat of not having the type of economic growth that generates the revenues we need to meet the moral obligations we have to be taking care of our seniors and veterans. And I cited an economist, Steve Strong, in his analysis that contended that, quote, regulations have raised the costs and lowered the availability of credit to individuals and to businesses that have traditionally relied on bank financing in ways that have already had a notable impact on the overall economy. This ultimately dampens job creation and innovation. Strong surmised that the missing 650,000 missing small businesses would have created 6.5 million jobs. That's 6.5 million folks who would be paying Social Security and Medicare taxes. Now we get to this political amendment that would halt all reforms that would restore the economic growth we need to get more and better jobs. How's that? Because this amendment would halt all relief for community banks. How does it do that? Well, the amendment says no rule or regulation may be adopted or repealed if there is a direct or indirect benefit to President Trump or one of his company's creditors. Mr. Chairman, the Choice Act provides regulatory relief for community banks. We don't have the president's tax returns, but we do have his financial disclosure statement. What's interesting about this document is that it's more comprehensive than tax returns. Not only does it identify income, it identifies assets and liabilities as well. I didn't know that the president apparently gets a pension from the Screen Actors Guild. That's interesting. He also has some property, 809 North Cannon LLC. Apparently it doesn't generate any income, which will be reflected on an income tax return, but it's reflected here. Deutsche Bank, I think the gentleman from Colorado mentioned that there were liabilities with Deutsche Bank. Indeed, they're disclosed here. What's also disclosed are loans that he has with some community banks. Amboy Bank, Royal Bank America. These are small banks, Mr. Chairman. And if this amendment were adopted, because a small community bank might get regulatory relief, that means no community bank would get regulatory relief.
The gentleman
If you vote for this amendment,
will my friend yield?
I want to make this point. If you vote for this amendment just because of politics, you'll be denying relief to community banks because of politics. You will not be helping people access the credit they need to buy a car, to buy a home, to live the American dream, to grow a small business that would add jobs, add taxpayers, add people who could help support the critical programs we have. You'll be voting to stop the progress towards a healthier economy. You know, to quote President Trump on a tweet, hashtag sad, hashtag very sad. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Green from Texas.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas
Yield
seek
to Mr. Perlmutter.
Does the gentleman strike the last word?
The gentleman strikes the last
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
And I thank the gentleman from Texas. Just a couple things to my friend from Pennsylvania, and that is, one, if the president were to turn over his tax returns, as has been asked on many occasions, then the world could move forward according to you. Opportunity would prevail, good life would come, all those things. So it's not that big of a request to ask somebody to turn over their tax returns, especially when they're president of the United States. And every other candidate or president has done that for decades, number one. Number two, if the majority party, if the Republican Party were really interested in moving forward on community bank issues, whether it's raising certain levels as to when regulation or oversight by the CFPB were to kick in, or whatever it might be, we could resolve those very quickly. But the Choice Act is very broad, whether it's dealing with fiduciary duties or the CFPB, or as something I complained about yesterday, changing just a sentence in the investor section where you say 1% or $2,000 to just 1%, which then requires somebody to have billions of dollars worth of shares in Wells Fargo or Apple or any other major organization. It reduces from millions of shareholders who have an opportunity to participate in a company's direction to 5 or 10. If you want to I would say to my friend, and I'd say to the chair, if the issue is dealing with community banks and independent banks and regulatory overburden, as has been suggested, then let's just deal with that. That would be resolved very quickly. With that, I'd yield back to my friend from Texas.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to address the community bank issue because, as we know, 89 to 90%, depending on who's counting and how you count, 89 to 90% of all banks are capitalized at $1 billion and under. $1 billion and under. And as you are aware, when our friends representing banks come before the committee, they talk about community banks and the need to help community banks. But they also, when they do this, in talking about community banks, they are always small banks, usually under 10 billion, most of the time under 3 billion, thereabout. So they talk about community banks, they're small banks. But each time personal pronoun, each time I have suggested that we'd be willing to help 90% of all banks, that would be those under $1 billion, by extricating them from most rules and regulations, and been willing to go higher than that. The ranking member had a great piece of legislation on it. They always want to go to the $50 billion level. They contend that a community bank is a $50 billion bank. They want to get to the $50 billion trigger that places systemically important institutions, designates these institutions as significantly important, systemically important, excuse me. So we've tried to help the small banks, but the small banks are linked to the very large banks, not the mega banks, but the very large banks. And for whatever reasons, they cannot sign off on legislation that would help them, the small banks. That's why they use this term, a lot of nebulosity in this, and esoterica to some extent. They use these terms that they interchange when it's convenient. When it's convenient, they want to be small, and when it is not, they are otherwise.
Time of the gentleman has expired. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Utah seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
I'd like to yield my time over to Mr. Representative Hill from Arkansas.
Thank the First Lady of Utah. Appreciate your time. I wanted to circle back to my friend Mr. Perlmutter over there, not to gloat, of course, but to discuss his question and comment he made about interstate branching, because it was Dodd-Frank, Section 613, that established, first and for all, interstate branching everywhere. And you were thinking of Regal Neal back in '94, which allowed interstate branching if the states permitted it, so-called reciprocity.
And the end of the community bank franchise really was dealt the blow in Section 613 of Dodd-Frank, which said that financial institutions could establish a branch in any state, preempting all state laws in the matter. So I wanted to put that on the record. And then you also referenced the number of branches, which appear to, according to FDIC data, peaked in somewhere in the 09 range after a very sharp increase in the late 90s and early 2000s. And say in 05, it looks like they were about 85,000. They're about 85,000 today. So banking ownership has consolidated dramatically, but banking locations are still relatively fragmented, although that's not to say that we have lots of rural counties where we have no banking offices now. And as you know from talking about other things in rural America, and certainly Colorado has its many rural spots, not having a banking office is a real detriment to small business development, notwithstanding any technological advance that one can do vis-a-vis the internet on either extending credit or maintaining and operating a bank account. Because in small towns and small rural economic regions, those local banks, Mrs. Love talked about that yesterday, are the lifeblood. They're the people who have the marketing officer and give the charitable donations to the library like she talked about. They have boards of directors that are influential and involved in charitable giving and helping the schools be better places. And when we lose our community banks in rural areas due to they're too small to succeed, too small to succeed. And really that was at the heart of the debate and the results of looking at what's happened to our banking industry in the last 6 years. Too big to fail, enshrined into law, too small to succeed, enshrined into law by virtue of the burdens on consumers and small business from trying to do business in our community bank. So with that, I yield to the chairman the balance of my time, or to Mrs. Love if she'd prefer.
I'll reclaim my time, thank you. I'm glad that we brought the conversation back because what is really important to me, and the Choice Act will help, is our community banking institutions. They're currently overwhelmed with regulation and mandates, many of which were meant for larger institutions. And it's hardworking Americans in these communities that suffer. It's these communities that suffer. And I believe that the law should reflect the needs of the people and certainly not the desires of Washington. And when I think of many middle to low income families that are struggling, the community banks are their best hope. In fact, proximity to community bank increases the chance of that a new small business will be approved. A new small business loan will have the chance to actually succeed. And so this is coming from experience as a mayor in a city where I've seen firsthand what these banks can do and how they help a community thrive. And so I just want to make sure that I continue to focus my thoughts on the people in the communities that we are trying to help. And I believe that it is our duty to do that, to take back the responsibilities and making sure that Washington actually works for people and not the other way around. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the ranking member seek recognition?
Move to strike the last one.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Mr. Perlmutter for offering this amendment to ensure that the public has confidence that the rules that govern our financial markets are fair for every American looking for credit, every business looking for capital, every investor seeking finance opportunities, and every bank looking to lend. Unfortunately, many Americans doubt that this administration will be fair as it writes rules for Wall Street. How could that be? President Trump is the most conflicted president in history. And these are just the conflicts we know of. Because he hasn't released his tax returns, we don't know who Trump is beholden to. But we may have an idea, though. He has chosen to fill his ranks with employees and veterans of Wall Street and retain the counsel of huge fund titans who are able to glean critical government information for their market trades. He has appointed a former Wall Street defender to be Wall Street's cop and appointed the foreclosure king who profited off of the last financial crisis as Secretary of the Treasury, and who plays a critical role in stewarding our economy. The president himself sits at the center of an even stickier web that connects his creditor, Deutsche Bank, Russian oligarchs and spies, campaign operatives, and questions about the 2016 election. In March, several of my Democratic colleagues and I wrote a letter to Chairman Henselin asking him to initiate a committee investigation into the Deutsche Bank Russian money laundering scheme and the Trump administration's ties to Russia. I haven't heard from my chairman. I'm still looking for that response. Democrats are still waiting, as I'm waiting for a response. But I think we may have gotten one in the Wrong Choice Act. Here we are, considering a bill with an endless number of Wall Street giveaways. So I applaud Mr. Perlmutter's efforts to ensure transparency of the Republicans' efforts to appease President Trump and the creditors he doesn't want America to know about. I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Perlmutter.
Thank you. To the ranking member, to my friend from Arkansas. Well, come on. To my friend from Arkansas who just left the building, I would say I appreciated his comments about Dodd-Frank. He is partially right, but Regal Neal, first paragraph, interstate banking, the board may approve an application under this section by a bank holding company that is adequately capitalized and adequately managed to acquire control of or acquire all or substantially all of the assets of a bank located in a state other than the home state of such bank holding company without regard to whether such transaction is prohibited under the law of any state. So to my friend, I think he's probably right, and I think I'm probably right, and I just wanted to have the last word, and I'd yield back.
Ski, Arkansas.
Still your time.
It's over now. Thank you.
Who seeks recognition? Is there any further debate? For what purpose does the gentlelady from Wisconsin seek recognition? Is there any further debate on the Perlmutter amendment? If not, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay, in the opinion of the chair, the nays appear to have it. The nays have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition? A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered, and pursuant to subsection C5, Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Is there further amendment or discussion? For what purpose does the gentlelady from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number 11.
We will pause and allow more 11 to be distributed. Have all members received a copy of the amendment? Has any member not received a copy of the amendment? The clerk will report.
Amendment offered by Ms. Moore, strike Title 10.
Gentlelady is now recognized for 5 minutes on her amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. As you can see, this is a very plain-spoken amendment. It strikes Title 10, which requires an audit of the Fed and the implementation of a rule-based monetary policy. I can tell you that audit the Fed is just another bad penny that keeps turning up. Whenever, a lot of times when people in the community talk about the Fed, there are all kinds of, it's a mysterious organization. They say it's the Illuminati, and they just print money, and they're trying to, establishing a new world order. I just want to be clear about one of these issues, and that is that in the normal use of the English language, the Fed is audited. Its financial positions and balance sheets are posted online. They're public. They're transparent. Its books are audited by the Inspector General and an outside audit firm. Last I checked, Deloitte is the private firm that does their audit. And I think that this audit the Fed gets momentum along with some of the other mysterious notions about the Fed. But actually, audit the Fed is a really clever way to inject partisan politics into the independent central bank of the United States of America. For example, there is a sole urge on the part of our colleagues in the majority to undo the dual mandate to look at unemployment as one of the factors in consideration of establishing monetary policy. And then there is the Taylor rule. We have been graced on numbers of occasions to talk to Mr. Taylor. And I have always sought to clarify if the Taylor rule would be a hard, fast rule or merely a guidepost. And the problem with this rules-based approach is that had we used a rules-based, the Taylor rule approach, we would have been required, they would have required the Federal Reserve to increase the interest rates in this country at the zenith of the recession. And of course, that would have been catastrophic. These are ideas worthy of debating and talking about, writing, but I do think that it would be very, very disruptive of the independence of the central bank, and that we need to keep our central bank independent and making data-driven decisions. And I yield back. I just want to...
Gentlelady yields back?
Yeah.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair yields himself 5 minutes. Well, I listened very carefully to the ranking member of our Monetary Policy Subcommittee, but there are many noted economists, including 3 Nobel laureates, that would beg to disagree with what the gentlelady from Wisconsin just said, because they have endorsed the Form Act that she wishes to strike from the underlying legislation. And I'll quote from a letter of endorsement from some of the most renowned economists in the U.S., again, including 3 Nobel laureates in economics, who said, quote, "Having a strategy or rule does not mean that instruments of policy are fixed. but rather that they adjust in a systematic and predictable way. In no way would the legislation compromise the Fed's independence. On the contrary, publicly reporting a strategy helps prevent policymakers from bending under pressure and sacrificing independence. It strengthens independence by reducing or removing pressures from markets and governments to finance budget deficits or deviate from policies that enhance economic stability. Bless you. That was actually me, not the economist. So, if one would carefully read the FORM Act, what it merely says is that the Federal Reserve, frankly, has to do a better job of communicating to market participants precisely what their policy is. What are their variables? How do they interact? But in no way, shape, or form does it dictate the precise form of monetary policy. Again, if the Board of Governors or the FOMC wishes to conduct monetary policy through tic-tac-toe, they would be able to do it. If they wish to conduct monetary policy through a rousing game of rock, paper, and scissors, they can do it. Nothing in the FORM Act would prescribe them from doing that. But what the FORM Act would say is, if they're going to do it, tell us if you're going to put an X here, where are you going to put an O? Tell us what is the policy so that the rest of us can actually plan our economic lives and expand this economy and get the economy to work yet again for working people. In no way, shape, or form. That is myth. So with respect to the independence of the Federal Reserve, it is also quite clear that although in the Choice Act, regulatory bodies are put on budget, we specially exempted the monetary policy of the Fed. So, the monetary policy of the Fed, the funds necessary to conduct monetary policy, will not be appropriated through the usual appropriations process. Again, maintaining independence. But I think what we have seen, particularly under the previous Obama administration, there wasn't a whole lot of independence, particularly when the president of one party appointed every single member of the Board of Governors. And particularly when we saw that the chairman of the Fed came before Congress 2 or 3 times a year and met with the Secretary of Treasury once a week. That seems to be a little bit of perhaps compromising the independence of the Fed. But I think it is important to have a healthy monetary policy. History will show us that in the periods of American history where we had a more predictable, articulated formula for monetary policy, that is associated with periods of greater economic growth. Some of the greatest economic historians and writers on monetary policy, including Milton Friedman, Alan Meltzer, have all since long concluded this by looking at the history of the Federal Reserve. And so what we want is a more transparent Federal Reserve to tell us what the monetary policy is and how it compromises their independence, that they are merely required to speak up publicly and tell the rest of us about it is beyond comprehension. And so I would urge all members to reject the amendment of the gentlelady from Wisconsin. My time has expired. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does the ranking member seek recognition?
Move to strike the last
Gentlelady is
bill.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Moore, the ranking member of the Monetary Policy and Trade Subcommittee, for your leadership in pushing back so forcefully on the majority's relentless effort to handcuff the Fed's ability to play a productive role in supporting our economy and our workforce. This bill is chock full of so many bad ideas, it's easy to lose sight of just how bad each of these titles are on their own. So I thank the gentlelady for focusing our attention on Title 10 of the Wrong Choice Act, which includes a number of highly controversial and partisan provisions that would undermine the Federal Reserve's conduct of monetary policy. For example, Title X imposes a strict rules-based monetary policy regime subject to GAO review and audits that, taken together, would dramatically curtail its discretion, its independence from short-term political pressure, and its ability to make effective decisions based on a wide range of economic data. This title also increases the power of the regional Federal Reserve banks that tend to focus on inflation, overemployment, and monetary policy decisions. As if all of that wasn't bad enough, Title X also establishes a partisan commission to review and make recommendations on monetary policy, including the precise operational regime and instruments used in setting such policy. It's particularly telling and also troubling that the commission created under this bill is directed to open up the Fed's dual mandate to promote full employment and price stability, despite the fact that this mandate has served our economy well. I think it's important to point out that some of the nation's most esteemed experts on this topic cautioned that adoption of the measures contained in this title would be a recipe for economic disaster. According to Simon Johnson, a distinguished professor at MIT's Sloan School of Management and former chief economist at the IMF, the net effect of a directive policy rule coupled with GAO audits would be increased volatility in financial markets. According to Dr. Johnson, this dangerous combination would discourage investment and depress economic activity relative to what it would be otherwise. And according to Chair Yellen, the measures contained in Title X, quote, would severely damage the U.S. economy were they to become law, end quote, and quote, would severely impair the Federal Reserve's ability to carry out its congressional mandate and would be a grave mistake, detrimental to the economy and the American people, end quote. For these reasons, I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the chairman, and I strongly oppose the gentlelady's amendment. Of course, what the Choice Act does is try to bring the Federal Reserve and monetary policy in this country out from the shadows. We want transparency. We want accountability. We want clear price signals. We want the American people, we want households and businesses and investors and individuals in the private economy to actually understand what the policy direction is. You know, Chair Yellen talks a lot about headwinds. The FOMC talk a lot about headwinds. They talk about productivity the lack of productivity as an impediment to the robust economic growth targets that we all want in this country. But one of the reasons why we believe productivity is substandard is not just because we need more skills, not just because of demographics, but because of the policy fog, frankly, that is of the Fed's own creation. The fact that we have a improvisational, unconventional monetary policy that frankly has put the long-term economy at risk with this massive $4.5 trillion balance sheet with very little to show for it, and all this new risk, that has actually impeded economic productivity. And so this is a really simple piece of legislation that we want to communicate to the American people a little bit better what the monetary policy trajectory is in this country. And just to correct the record, and I missed the gentlelady's remarks, but my understanding was that her argument was that we were eliminating the dual mandate, not in the Choice Act. That might be a good idea. There might be members on this committee who are supportive of a more targeted focus on price stability as opposed to conflating monetary policy with fiscal policy, but that's not what this legislation does or the provisions in the Choice Act. But what it does do is we simply want the Fed to move to a strategy-based policy. Some people say we're imposing the Taylor rule on the Fed. We're putting a straitjacket on the Fed. We're constraining the Fed. We're interfering politically with the Fed. Not true. Read the bill. The bill does not micromanage the Fed. In fact, it preserves the independence of the Fed because it disallows some of the unconventional improvisational policies that invite political interference. What we want is a predictable conventional policy that simply says that the Fed needs to more clearly communicate what its monetary policy strategy is. We don't tell the Fed, we don't direct the Fed, we don't mandate the Fed in terms of what policy rule they select, but they have to select a policy trajectory, a strategy, and then if they deviate from that strategy because of some macroeconomic developments that were unforeseen, and that happens, Brexit, a sudden downturn in the economy, maybe a taper tantrum, what have you. If something in the macro economy changes, the Fed has total discretion to change its course, but it then must communicate to the American people why it's changing its course. It must compare its policy directive, its own policy directive, not one that Congress dictates, but its own policy directive to a reference rule so that the public, households, businesses, investors have a better understanding of how monetary policy is going to be conducted. My friends on the other side of the aisle and Chair Yellen routinely talk about a data-dependent strategy, but this so-called data-dependent strategy, this so-called forward guidance, there's no tethering of the monetary policy today to any kind of data because the Fed doesn't tell us what data matter, let alone how it matters. And so data-driven monetary policy would be tethered to a strategy, not just for the chair to say it's data-dependent. We want predictability, we want certainty, we don't want improvisation, we don't want a fog where you have high volatility around every FOMC meeting. So again, if you ever hear anyone say we're handcuffing the Fed or we're interfering politically with the Fed, simply not true. We just want better communication and transparency. And finally, on the issue of governance, what our legislative provisions in the Choice Act reforming the Fed do is simply invite a greater diversity of thought in the FOMC. We want more of the regional Fed directors on a more consistent basis to be participating and have voting rights in the monetary policy Fed funds rate setting direction. And we want that because we think that the regional district presidents have a greater insight into the real economy. And certainly, we've seen the failure of monetary policy in doing what it's supposed to do, which is lift the economy. So I strongly oppose the direction of the gentlelady's amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
I strike last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I am delighted to co-sponsor this amendment and to do so with great adamance because we have good debates in this room, usually about changes on the margin. Volcker Rule is a good example. I couldn't get a single witness the other day to agree to the idea that banks should be allowed to make proprietary trades. I think we all sort of agree that's a good idea, at least most of us. But yeah, maybe there's a less complicated way to actually enforce the Volcker Rule. A lot of stuff is like that. This is not. This is messing with one of the very cornerstones of a vibrant economy, which is an independent monetary authority. And I accept part of what my friend from Kentucky said and much of what the chairman said, that this is not mandating the Taylor Rule. But what Title 10 is doing, in combination with Section 365, which would change the way the Federal Reserve is funded, what this is doing, it is gradually encroaching in a very significant way Congress's scrutiny and authority and political interests on this body that is responsible for an independent monetary policy. It does not mandate use of the Taylor Rule, but any time the FOMC were to deviate from the algorithmic output of the Taylor Rule, there would be an automatic GAO report. There would be requirements to come tell the Congress, give us a chance to second guess. And with all due respect to my colleagues, I'm not sure any of us are particularly schooled on monetary policy. So what this Choice Act would do, it would take a pretty big step in the direction of creating implicit but powerful political influences on the Federal Reserve and on the FOMC in particular. To me, messing around with that is a little bit like messing around with the way we handle nuclear weapons or the way we train pilots. It's something we should do very, very carefully. And my God, we are not doing this carefully, because what we are saying is we have a solution for a problem that does not exist. My friend from Kentucky said that it was a policy bog with very little to show for it. The reality of the matter, and I'm pretty sure most economists would agree with me on this, was that since about 2010, Congress utterly abandoned its willingness to urge the economy along through fiscal measures. I actually got Chairman Ben Bernanke to agree to this point. And so the only game in town in helping this recovery from 2010 on was the Federal Reserve's monetary policy. Shame on us, because at the direction of the majority, starting in 2010, we completely abandoned the economy with respect to fiscal policy. We heard how important it was to slash budgets and cut spending and cut taxes. Classically wrong moves to make when the economy was struggling. So in fact, 2008 is a story of real success of the Federal Reserve. It's a little like the story of 1982 when Paul Volcker stepped in and stopped the corrosive stagflation which had consumed this country's economy throughout the 1970s. Paul Volcker steps in, causes a recession, but stops stagflation. If these measures in Title X had applied in 1982, it is not at all clear to me that Paul Volcker or the FOMC would have taken the steps necessary to crush stagflation. And again, I don't know where my friend from Kentucky gets this idea that this is a bog with nothing to show for it. Quite frankly, the recovery, I think the Federal Reserve can take largely credit for that. And I have heard for years, I have heard for literally 8 years that I've been here, that the balance sheet is going to cause inflation and that the economy, that we're a week away from being Greece. And the only thing that is true about all of that criticism of the Fed and of its balance sheet was that it has been 100% perfectly wrong. So,
This is mine? Mm-hmm.
I would urge my friends on the other side of the aisle, and I think they would agree that I am as willing as anybody to enter into conversation about how to balance regulation. But we are messing with something very different here. We are messing with something that sheafs and sheafs of academic literature suggest is a pretty good way to undermine the foundation of a stable market economy. If you could point to a real problem, dramatic lack of transparency, surprises that resulted in economic devastation, I might have an open mind about your arguments, but you can't. So instead, yeah, we're not mandating the Taylor rule, but we are encroaching our political influence on this very delicate and very important thing. So I would appeal to my friends on the other side of the aisle to just read a little bit about independent monetary policy and support this amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Time of the gentleman has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just don't understand why all we're hearing is no reform. We can't reform anything with the Federal Reserve, nothing. Title X, we want to strip the whole thing out. There's no move to improve it. There's no move to say we could use some reform. We're looking at an organization that I've heard today is the most transparent organization. I mean, they post things on their website that everybody can see, and they get audited by Deloitte. So obviously, they're the most transparent organization in government. It is the most opaque, secretive organization in government. We are given what the Federal Reserve wants to give the public, and I understand there's a reason for that. At times, you want to make sure that the monetary policy piece is being done independent. But this republic was built on a responsible government, a government that's responsible to the people, and yet we created this organization that is the most opaque organization in government. And they haven't had the tools to do what they need to do for the last 8 years. They've shown their inability to actually manage the monetary policy, I believe, and I think we're entitled to some more answers. By the way, if they're so transparent and they have an audit done, then why can't we see it? We should be able to see it. It's interesting to me that nothing in the reform that is proposed in the Choice Act will impact monetary policy. I got the chairman's message when he said, you know, the Fed could play rock, paper, scissors. I sure hope they don't. But how do we know that at times they don't? Just because they publish minutes of their meetings? Just because they put things on their website? I think there's nothing wrong with more transparency. More importantly, there's nothing wrong with reform. And if you don't like the idea of this reform, then you should be proposing something that is improves it, fixes it. Actually, this is a good start, in my opinion, and it's funny because I hear about this dual mandate. The dual mandate wasn't created originally with this opaque organization. I think it was put in place in the late 70s. And it really is nothing more, was intended to be nothing more than a clarification of the original mission. The mission was price stability. Price stability should drive full employment. And that's not what's happening. The dual mandate, I think we can see from the outside by actions of the Fed, the dual mandate has frankly injected the very politics that our friends on the other side of the aisle claim they want to avoid. The political motivations that all of you are telling us that we shouldn't allow for. And I think my colleague, latest colleague, that said be very sensitive to the independence of this organization. I think we should revisit the dual mandate, and we should do it with the idea that we want to be sensitive to the independence of the organization if that's the way it's supposed to look and operate. But to just come back every time and say no, I mean, the politics of no is so easy, and some would suggest so lazy. America works better when you have two parties that are parties of ideas. It doesn't work very well when one party's putting out ideas and another party is just saying no because that's the easiest thing to say. This is a great bill, the Choice Act, and I would oppose strenuously the current amendment to strike out Article 10, as I think it's misguided. And I yield back. I yield to the chair, or I yield back my time?
I'm sorry, does the gentleman from Kentucky want the time?
Sure. I yield the balance to the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, and I thank the gentleman's arguments here. And just to briefly respond to at least one of the arguments from my friend from Connecticut, that what we're doing is we're compromising with this legislation, compromising the independence of the Fed. What I would argue is that the current structure of the Fed invites politicization and interference. It's the current structure that's not independent. It's the current structure where the chair of the Federal Reserve meets with a Democratic Treasury Secretary every week, but only will come before this Congress, this bipartisan committee, twice a year. That to me is not independent. That to me is politicization. And what is independent about a Federal Reserve that maintains a $4.5 trillion balance sheet that helps direct the allocation of credit and interferes and picks winners and losers in the marketplace? That's not independent. That's political. And there's no evidence whatsoever that QE2 or QE3 or Operation Twist or any of these unconventional strategies did anything to lift the economy. Yield back. I think my time's expired.
Time of the gentleman has expired. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. The Federal Reserve of our country is the most transparent central bank in the entire world. And we have the most successful economy in the entire world. And I would say that our central bank is the envy of the entire world. Now, in terms of transparency, they release their statements after every meeting. They release minutes of every meeting. The chair holds a lengthy press conference to explain their decisions after every other meeting. The Fed governors constantly give speeches explaining their thinking. And as we speak, Chair Yellen is meeting every week with Mnuchin, who is the Secretary of the Treasury, which is the process here in our country that has served us well and made us such a successful economy. After '82, the crash, the Fed is credited with having us recover. We fell deeper and stronger, 5 times more than the Great Depression in 2008, yet we recovered faster than any economy in the world, and they didn't fall as low as we did. So Title 10, first of all, I want to thank the gentlelady for her hard work on this amendment and for speaking up for independence and for success. It's been successful for our economy and our country and our people. Title 10 of the Wrong Choice Act would significantly undermine the Fed's independence by requiring the Fed to adopt a rules-based approach to monetary policy. Now, while it's true that my good friend from Kentucky and others have said that the bill doesn't force by law the Fed to follow a particular formula for interest rates, it does attempt to bully, absolutely bully, the Fed into following the Republicans' preferred monetary policy by hauling the Fed chair up to testify in front of the Congress every time the Fed deviates from the monetary policy rule dictated in the statute. That's bullying. That's interfering with monetary policy. This would have a chilling effect on the Fed's deliberations over interest rates and inappropriately interfere with the independence that has served the economy and its people so well over the years. So let's also remember that the Taylor Rule, which this bill would codify in statute, would have performed disastrously in the financial crisis by every economic report I've seen. Federal Reserve Chair Yellen testified that during the crisis, the Taylor Rule, and I quote, would have performed just miserably and would have led to a dreadful economic recovery, end quote. But this is not the only troubling provision in this bill. Section 1004 of the bill also needlessly overhauls the membership of the Federal Open Markets Committee, or FOMC. The current makeup of the FOMC, which is responsible for setting monetary policy, has served our country well for the past 100 years. And the New York Fed is responsible for implementing monetary policy. And this special role gives the New York Fed a unique understanding of monetary policy, of how markets will react to changes, and what actions are both feasible and effective. I think it's important to remember why the regional Fed president with responsibility for implementing monetary policy serves as the vice chair of the FOMC. Monetary policy does not end when the FOMC announces a target interest rate. It doesn't just happen. Short-term interest rates do not magically fall from the heaven or move the FOMC's to the desired level. It's not that easy. Someone has to implement it. Someone has to make the monetary policy by pushing short-term interest rates towards the official target rate. And that someone historically has been the New York Fed. The New York Fed does this primarily by buying and selling Treasury securities in the markets, which influences the supply of money in the system. I feel so strongly about this.
Time of the gentlelady has expired. The chair wishes to advise all members that there are votes currently occurring on the floor. 13 minutes left. I intend to recognize one more speaker in recess. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'm glad we're having this debate here, Mr. Chairman, because I think that Title 10 of the Choice Act is a very important provision. And there seems to be a little bit of a divergence of opinion on the other side of the aisle with respect to the import of the Taylor Rule and whether it would actually compel an outcome at the Federal Reserve, or if it's just really a guide, which is what it is. And I think it's important for people to actually read the statute, as my colleague from Kentucky has said, because if you look at the section, the applicable section in Title 10, requirements for a directive policy rule. This is on page 495 of the Choice Act. Let's see, this is going to be C, requirements for directive policy rule. If you go over page 496, line 9, that they would need to include a statement as to whether the directive policy rule substantially conforms to the reference policy rule and, if applicable, an explanation to the extent to which it departs from the policy rule, reference policy rule, a detailed justification for that departure, and a description of the circumstances under which the directive policy rule may be amended in the future. And this is born of experience, and it's not just the financial crisis, the ad hoc. I think my colleague from Kentucky called it improvisational. I've called it an ad hoc monetary policy where, frankly, the Federal Reserve was trying to grasp at anything it could, whether it was quantitative easing 1, quantitative easing 2, Operation Twist, quantitative easing 3. And it was always the same when they came back and talked about how they kept missing the growth targets, and yet they continued to blow up the balance sheet from $800 billion to $4.5 trillion. Remarkable. And to have the substandard economic growth that we've had over the years as a result of not just monetary policy, but fiscal policy from the Obama administration, the insistence that we had to have a tax increase in a slow economy, and as damaging, regulatory policy having a negative impact on economic growth. And as hard as the Fed could try to confront that regulatory policy, which we actually try to get at in this Choice Act, it was very difficult for them. But it wasn't just the financial crisis where they were not following a rules-based policy. It was before that, which led them to keep interest rates artificially low for a long time, which contributed to the creation of the real estate bubble. And if the Fed had to come in and explain why it was keeping interest rates at a low level longer than it should, maybe there could have been more questions asked that would have helped to mitigate against the creation of the real estate bubble that happened, and we know where that ended. So I think that the idea of striking this title is not a good one. I think it's important for accountability and for transparency with the Federal Reserve. And if he'd like a minute, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you. I appreciate my friend and his remarks. In the remaining minute that we have, let me just kind of boil this down. The problem we have with the Fed today, the modern Fed, is that at the beginning of 2015, the FOMC and the chair projected that there would be 3 to 4 modest interest rate increases. And there was only one at the end of 2015. And then again in 2016, there was a prediction that there would be 3 or 4 modest rate hikes. And again, the Fed only delivered 1 quarter-point increase at the end of 16. The problem is they're not sending certain signals into the private economy, and therefore they're obscuring the price signals. And that policy uncertainty is leaving households and investors and individuals in the private economy and businesses scratching their heads about how to plan. And that undermines the capacity of the economy to perform at its maximum levels. And so, I'll just end with a quote from Milton Friedman, who I think summed it up well in 1967 in his address to the American Economic Association. "We are in danger of assigning to monetary policy a larger role that it can perform, in danger of asking it to accomplish tasks it cannot achieve, and as a result, in danger of preventing it from making the contribution it is capable of making." And my time has expired.
Time of the gentleman has expired. As the chair has announced, House votes have been called. The committee will reconvene immediately after House votes. The committee stands in recess.